Satu cek, cek satu, cek satu, cek.
Tes offline kok. Cek satu.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is start to 10 minutes. Please be seated.
Educating is a commitment to build the country, since we believe that education is a key to achieve a better future. Malahayati University, let's challenge the future. As a regional asset and the pride of the people of the Lampung province, the University of Malahayati is a higher education institution that has a central role in producing science, technology, and community service. 27th August 1993, with high enthusiasm and ideals for the education of the nation's children, Dr. Rusli Bintang founded the Malahayati University under the shade of the Ali Technology Foundation, Bandar Lampung, in a strategic location occupying an area of 84 hectares in the city center. For urgent needs, the University of Malahayati has helicopter landing facilities. With a natural and beautiful green nuance, the Malahayati campus provides a comfortable learning atmosphere for students. Therefore, more than 10,000 graduates, starting from undergraduate and postgraduate levels, are produced. Currently, there are approximately 4,180 students taking part in the teaching and learning process at Malahayati University. Until now, the University of Malahayati has 5 faculties: Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Health Science, Faculty of Public Health, Faculty of Engineering. Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Law. In addition, Malahayati University also has a postgraduate program. Based on the Indonesian medical competence, medical students can do co-assistant at the Pertamina Bintang Amin Hospital. Proud achievements are always correlated with managements in a professional and innovative manner. Efforts to improve the degree of quality of Malahayati University at the global level are developed through international cooperation, development of research, science, and technology. To obtain easy information and references, students can use the library. This is the library of Malahayati University, where each room in the library represents the traditional houses in Indonesia. All activities are monitored using CCTV, and an accurate fingerprint attendance system will record student attendance in order to build a disciplined culture of students at the University of Malahayati. The use of data centers as the center of data storage has become an investment in the field of information and technology, in the form of state-of-the-art data centers and campus-wide networks, or integrated campus networks in realizing eCampus. As a scientific reflection that becomes a social inspiration for fellow students, activities are carried out consistently, including medical assistancy, infus media, Rohima, and student regiment. Malahayati has various sport facilities. And Malahayati also has dormitories. Apartments for lecturers. And houses for doctors. Besides that, Malahayati also has social responsibilities, including providing free health services for the poor and providing compensation funds. All activities that are carried out are in line with the vision and mission of Malahayati. Malahayati University, let's challenge the future.
Aceh merupakan sebuah provinsi di Indonesia yang terletak di ujung utara Pulau Sumatera dan merupakan provinsi paling barat di Indonesia. dianggap sebagai tempat dimulainya penyebaran Islam di Indonesia dan memainkan peran penting dalam penyebaran Islam di Asia Tenggara, Aceh memiliki persentase penduduk Muslim yang tertinggi dibandingkan dengan wilayah lainnya di Indonesia. Aceh menerapkan sistem syariat Islam. Aceh juga sering disebut sebagai Serambi Mekah karena menerapkan berbagai nilai Islami dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, termasuk dalam pendidikan. Yang mana hal tersebut sejalan dengan salah satu visi Universitas Abulia Tama, yaitu Universitas yang Islami. Universitas Abulia Tama atau yang sering disingkat menjadi UNAYA merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta di Aceh yang terus berkembang menuju universitas terkemuka di Indonesia. Didirikan oleh Yayasan Abulia Tama Aceh dengan tujuan membawa dampak positif dalam usaha pembangunan dan turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa melalui Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Terletak di kawasan bukit dengan lingkungan yang indah dan asri, UNAYA menjadi tempat terbaik bagi mahasiswa untuk belajar. Jauh dari hiruk-pikuk keramaian kota, UNAYA memberikan kenyamanan bagi mahasiswa untuk menimba ilmu. Didukung oleh keramah tamahan pegawai UNAYA dalam memberikan pelayanan administrasi yang baik untuk mahasiswa menjadi prioritas yang selalu diutamakan UNAYA untuk membimbing peserta didik baru maupun mahasiswa dalam mengurus segala administrasi. Universitas Abulia Tama adalah universitas yang sangat berkomitmen pada kualitas, pengalaman belajar yang baik, dan kehidupan mahasiswa yang nyaman di kampus. Universitas Abulia Tama memiliki reputasi dalam kualitas proses belajar mengajar, prestasi akademik yang tinggi, etika berbasis pendidikan, dan dorongan dari pemikiran mandiri. Kami menjamin memenuhi komitmen tersebut kepada mahasiswa kami dengan memberikan tenaga pengajar yang berkredibilitas tinggi dan mempunyai prestasi.
Visi baru Universitas Abulia Tama yang memiliki 3 kata kunci, Islami, unggul, dan global, telah memacu Universitas Abulia Tama untuk berbenah secara menyeluruh. Dosen terpenuhi dalam setiap program studi yang ada, dan kita sudah memiliki cukup banyak doktor, bahkan guru besar atau profesor. Universitas Abulia Tama juga mulai menyekolahkan program studi S3 pada dosen-dosennya, baik yang disekolahkan melalui program beasiswa kerjasama luar negeri maupun di dalam negeri.
UNAYA mengelola 8 fakultas dengan 25 program studi di dalamnya. Di antaranya Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Perikanan, Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen Ilmu Komputer. Untuk mendorong terwujudnya Research Center yang menjadi pusat penelitian unggulan di Fakultas Hukum dan Fakultas Ekonomi, UNAYA memiliki program studi pasca sarjana seperti Magister Hukum dan Magister Manajemen yang telah ada sejak tahun 2016. UNAYA juga menerima kelas pegawai untuk program studi ilmu keperawatan, agroteknologi, peternakan, ekonomi, pendidikan jasmani, kesehatan dan rekreasi, hukum, dan teknik. Kualitas sarana dan prasarana yang baik terus UNAYA berikan agar tercapainya penunjang pendidikan yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya dapat dengan mudah diakses.
Kita sudah mempergunakan 24 standar kurikulum nasional ditambah dengan 3 standar muatan lokal atau universitas. Fasilitas laboratorium kita juga perbarui, ditingkatkan sesuai dengan kompetensi yang ingin dicapai oleh masing-masing program studi. Untuk bidang kesehatan, bahkan kita sudah mendirikan rumah sakit ya, yang cikal bakal menjadi rumah sakit pendidikan. Rumah sakit ini bekerja sama dengan Pertamina Bina Marga, salah satu anak perusahaan Pertamina yang berkecimpung di bidang kesehatan. Kebun lahan percobaan juga kita buat ya, bekerja sama dengan Balai Pertanian dalam pengadaan bibit dan tata cara penanaman yang baik, sehingga dengan diharapkan demikian lulusan Universitas Abulia Tama nantinya terpenuhi terkait dengan standar mutu.
Ciri khas dari pertanian itu sendiri kan harus ada lahan. Oleh karena itu yayasan sudah memberikan fasilitas lahan ini yang saat ini sudah kita tanami jagung. Selain itu juga bibit yang difasilitasi oleh UNAYA juga merupakan salah satu varietas unggul.
perpustakaan kita sekarang sudah difasilitasi dengan komputer, wifi yang bisa diakses langsung oleh mahasiswanya. Untuk minat baca mahasiswanya sudah tergolong bagus. Mereka sering ke perpusnya untuk mencari bahan, membaca, dan perpustakaannya juga udah nyaman.
Fasilitasnya itu sendiri sangat memuaskan. Yang disediakan dari sini itu ada tempat tidur, lemari, dan ada juga kamar mandi biasanya di dalam kamarnya. Kalau misalnya di sini, kami juga pulang malamnya itu dibatasi oleh Bapak. Dimana kalau misalnya kami di atas jam 10, tidak boleh lagi ke asrama, batasnya itu keluar boleh dari sampai jam 10. Setelah itu kalau misalnya bagi yang tidak punya kendaraan, di sini kami biasa bisa jalan untuk ke kampus, lumayan dekat dari sini ke kampus juga.
Lab bahasa ini sendiri pertama sekali kami aktifkan pada tahun 2013 yang dimana sekarang banyak aktivitas yang kami lakukan, yang kami programkan untuk pusat pengembangan bahasa. Kita membuka les TOEFL yang bisa diikuti oleh semua mahasiswa, di mana semua lulusan dari Universitas Malahayati itu diharapkan memiliki kompetensi yang baik dalam bahasa Inggris, baik secara lisan maupun tulisan.
Fasilitas di lab agama ini terdapat seperti akuarium, bak beton, dan kolam-kolam.
Kalau untuk di lab ini ada beberapa item yang selalu berjalan, seperti pembesaran ikan nila dan ada beberapa ikan hias lainnya.
Kita di sini punya komputer untuk programming dan ada beberapa komputer untuk lab ini. Dengan adanya fasilitas ini nanti akan memberikan nilai lebih untuk mahasiswa, bukan cuma pelajaran tapi juga praktek. Jadi begitu mereka terjun ke lapangan, terjun ke masyarakat, mereka sudah terbiasa.
Seperti sudah bisa kita lihat, masing-masing baik itu jaksa, hakim, penasihat hukum telah mempunyai atribut yang bisa digunakan untuk praktek. Calon-calon sarjana yang telah kita saksikan sendiri ini telah mempunyai kemahiran yang cukup mumpuni untuk langsung terjun ke bidang hukum baik itu dalam posisi sebagai jaksa, hakim, panitera maupun penasihat hukum.
Beranjak dari visi dan misi universitas, program studi teknik mesin Malahayati berusaha keras untuk mampu memenuhi kriteria itu. Sehingga di sini kami mengelola SDM yang ada, apakah itu dari tenaga pengajar, tenaga pendidikan, bahkan mahasiswa yang berprestasi, kita cukup rangkul untuk mampu mewujudkan kriteria yang dimaksud itu tadi. Sehingga pemanfaatan fasilitas yang ada
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon you.
Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to the Zoom online meeting for the opening ceremony of the second International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science, ICOPHMEDS 2022, hosted by University of Malahayati Bandar Lampung, Lampung, Indonesia, with the theme The Natural Product Discovery and Development. The Honorable Rector of University of Malahayati, Dr. Ahmad Farij, Dr. MM.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Medicine, University of Malahayati, Dr. Tony Prasetya, SPPD, Finasim.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Public Health, University of Malahayati, Mrs. Srianti, SP MKes.
The Honorable all keynote speakers on the second day, Lauren Ibias Turiano, PhD from College of Health Science CSPC Philippines, Assistant Professor Dr. Gularinsi Tanrikulu from Amasya University, Turkey, Dr. Yogesh V. Yusir Emparm from Institute of Diploma Pharmacy SMBT, India, Dwi Marlina, PhD from Medical Faculty, University of Malahayati, Indonesia.
The Honorable para presenters, the Honorable Organizing Committee members, and all distinguished guests, participants of the Second International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science, ICOPHMEDS 2022.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Thank you very much for your coming on the second day of the second International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science, ICOPHMEDS 2022. Is the second international conference conducted by University of Malahayati to accommodate exchange of theories, information, and research results among experts of public health and medical science.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now please help welcome our keynote speakers, Mrs. Lauren Ibis Turiano, PhD from College of Health Science, CSPC, Philippines. The keynote speech will be moderated by Mr. Slamet Widodo.
For Mr. Slamet Widodo, please come forward to open the session.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mrs. Turiano. Are you there?
Good morning, sir. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome to our second international conference. Okay, before starting our presentation, actually, I want to introduce Mrs. Turiano to all audience. In this nice occasion, actually, we have 4 keynote speakers today. And for the first speech is Mr. Lorraine Ibias Turiano. She is from CSPC Philippines. You know that she is a doctor of philosophy, majoring educational management, University of Saint Antonio, Iriga City, in June 2018 to January 2022. Then she graduated with academic distinction and Meritismus in oral rivalide. Well, actually, she's midwife, right? You are midwife. Hello, Mr. Turiano. Okay. She graduated from Bachelor of Science.
Sir. Yes, sir. I'm a midwife.
Okay, I see. So she's Bachelor of Science in Nursing Camarinesser, Polytechnic College Nabua Camarinesser, CSPC in 207 to 2008. I mean, she graduated there. Then she graduated in Midwifery, Camarinesser, Polytechnic College Nabua, Camarinesser School year. 1 year certificate in health aid, Camarinesser Polytechnic, CSPC also, and secondary La Consolation College San Francisco Iriga City School in 2003 to 2007. Well, actually, she want to give speech in this nice occasion. Hopefully, for all audience and participant can pay attention to this occasion. Well, thank you, Ms. Turiano.
Yes.
Are you ready? Yeah, come on.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Salamat pagi
Salamat
for Indonesians
pagi,
and
yeah.
Malaysians. Yes. So, Professor Widodo, can I just share my slides? Because I have created a few modifications with my recently submitted slide, sir. Can you allow me to share my slide, or would you want me to send it via Gmail?
It's okay. So our IT team will serve you to be your co-host.
Okay.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I think, sir, they are already allowed me to share my screen. Can
Yeah.
I share it right now, sir?
Yes, of course. You may.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much. Okay, so good morning, everyone, to the participants of the second International Conference for Public Health. So thank you very much for inviting me. And may I just know if everyone can see my screen right now and if my audio is clear? Yes?
Okay. It's
Okay,
okay.
thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so again, thank you very much for Professor Widodo for that wonderful introduction. So my topic for this webinar will all be about natural product discovery and innovation, its impacts and opportunities. Okay, so here are my learning objectives. So the learning objectives of this session. So the participants shall be able to first have knowledge of what natural products are, identify the benefits of utilization of natural products. You also have here identify breakthrough efforts of countries in promoting natural products and to describe the potentials of natural product discovery in the future. So I would also want to acknowledge the presence of my students from Camarines Polytechnic College's Bachelor of Science in Nursing. They are level 1 first year students. So by the way, I apologize for my voice because it's some kind of not clear because I'm having some mucus on my throat. I just have my tonsillitis. So that's why this topic is very relevant right now because the sudden change in the environment that makes people sick. We call it as climate change. And one of the ways that we could reduce the effect of climate change in our society, in our community, is to promote the utilization of natural products. So I'm very much willing and excited to share my slide to the participants. Okay, so let us first define what natural product is. So probably some of you, especially the students here, are asking, what is natural product? Well, natural product is anything that is produced by life. It includes biotic materials. Example are from wood, silk, bio-based materials like bioplastic, cornstarch, and bodily fluids like milk, plant exudates. In other words, this can be seen anywhere, okay? This can be seen anywhere. If you're going to look on your surroundings, everything that you see, okay, there would be a product of our natural resources, and we call it as natural product. And of course, natural materials that were once found in living organisms such as soil and coal. Now, natural products have been utilized in both traditional and modern medicine for treating diseases. So later in my succeeding slides, we will know the history on how natural products have been discovered, because if you will notice here in my slides, I have really emphasized that this is that natural product is used not only on the traditional days but also in the modern days, and it really has a big impact on our society. Then currently, natural products are often used as starting points for drug discovery, followed by synthetic modifications to help reduce side effects and increase bioavailability. So what do we mean by increase? It is known that natural products also causes light side effects comparing to synthetic products. And of course, since this is readily available in our environment, this would also increase bioavailability because we can find it anywhere. Okay, then Okay, so this is the earliest record of natural products, such as a while ago I have mentioned that this has been used in both traditional and modern days. So this is the earliest record of how natural products have been discovered. So probably some of you or most of you would know what is this tablet. We call it as clay tablet, wherein the writings here are called cuneiform writings, and these clay tablets have originated in Mesopotamia in 2600 BC, and have its natural product discovered by then. Now, if you can notice here, we have cypress here. We have cypress, and this one is we call it as myrrh, and it was known that in this clay tablets there are writings, or there are say recorded writings here that involve cypress oils and myrrh oil. So meaning to say, people back then in 2600 BC already used natural products to treat certain diseases. Now even up until now, cypress and this myrrh is used to treat inflammatory illnesses and respiratory illnesses like common colds and cough. Okay, so that's why this is one of the proof that natural product is really used even in traditional times. Okay. Historically, natural products or NPs have played a key role in drug discovery, especially for cancer and infectious diseases, but also in other therapeutic areas, including cardiovascular diseases and multiple sclerosis. So meaning to say, it is if before it is already used as an anti-inflammatory drug, and what else, treatment for common cough and colds. Now as time goes by and as natural products are being discovered by different companies, by different scientists, it was developed to treat certain or critical diseases such as cancer and other infectious diseases, and also including cardiovascular or lifestyle-related diseases and multiple sclerosis. Okay, natural products have utilized in both traditional and modern medicine for treating diseases, just like what I have mentioned on my previous slide. Now, the World Health Organization estimates that 80% of the people in developing countries of the world rely on traditional medicine for their primary health, and about 85% of traditional medicine so have
Your voice is not really clear. So sorry, Miss Lorraine. Okay. Hello, Miss Lorraine. Your voice is not really clear. So you have problem with your connection. Hello, Miss Lorraine. Yeah. Okay. Miss Lorraine has.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. I see. You lost your connection. Okay, you may continue your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Sorry for that. I'm using two connections right now. Okay, so as I was saying about a while ago, so the World Health Organization estimates that 80% of the people in developing countries are traditional medicine. So even in our country, as I was saying, there are a lot of households who has traditional medicines in their backyard, because this is very common in our culture to use traditional medicines, and this has been practiced even before the ancient times. Okay. By the way, can you see what I'm sharing?
Okay, you may share your screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah, okay, thank you very
It's
much.
quite
Okay,
clear.
thank you very much. Now, over the past decades, the use of herbal medicines represents approximately 40% of all healthcare services delivered in China. So I have also included data coming from different countries to really determine the impact of natural products in the respective countries as well. Now, yeah, 40% of all healthcare services delivered in China, while the percentage of the population which has used herbal medicines at least once, so we have here, I have also included here Western countries like Australia, Canada, USA, Belgium, France, with estimated 48%, 70, 42%, 38, and 75% respectively. Now, so this only means that about 3.5 to 4 billion people, imagine that's a very huge population, in the world rely on plants as sources of drugs. Natural products and their derivatives continue to be rich sources for drug discovery. So here we would really understand that aside from, probably the most common word that you can associate with natural product is drug discovery. But aside from drug discovery, there are more things there are more ways wherein we can also utilize natural product. Now, natural products are commonly used, as I was saying about a while ago, we can use it for medicine. So this is one of the primary ingredients of medicines. But aside from that, we can also make use of natural product as herbs. Okay, so that's why this is very common here in our country, that ginger and turmeric, and of course we have here cinnamon. Okay, so that's also, it is used for colorings, sweeteners, emulsifiers, preservative thickeners, and flavor enhancers. And aside from that, this can also be a form of antioxidant, such as one of the great or few of the great sources of antioxidants are carrots. We also have here garlic, lemon, tomatoes, broccoli, apple. Then, as I mentioned about a while ago, we have turmeric, onions, then green tea and pepper. So I'm very sure that these are readily available in your backyards as well in other countries. Then, aside from those that I have mentioned, natural products are also used as like a component in organic textiles. So we have here organic textiles have a huge environmental benefits, as organic farming aims to build healthy soils and help fight climate change. So this is becoming a popular trend where people choose to use organic textiles instead of synthetic textiles. So it has a positive social impact, as organic production also means farmers are not putting their health at risk. So my source is from online clothing study. Now, to show how to show the projected market size for organic textiles. So if you can notice here, in year 2017, few are say buying, or say few are buying organic textiles. But if you can notice, as time goes by, the market size is becoming bigger and bigger. But there is a certain pause in year 2019 to 2020 because of there is only a few change in the market size, because we all know that the world has suffered from the pandemic in year 2020. So there were delays in the delivery of these products, in the transportation of these products. So the market size has a very little change. So again, this is the market size. So it is projected by the year 2019, the market size for organic textiles will spurt. Okay, will have a growth spurt. Okay, so meaning to say, more and more people will buy organic textiles instead of buying synthetic materials. And this is coming from natural products. And we also have here, so I know that probably most of the students here can relate that natural products is also being used as a component or as an ingredient in skincare. So I know that teenagers are very much fond of using skincare products. And just to give a history how natural product was included as an ingredient in cosmetics or skincare products as well. So in the ancient Egypt around 3000 BC, there is evidence of using cosmetics, and their usages have been a necessary part in our everyday life in all cultures. Yeah, it's always part of our culture. Even for both males and females, we are using skincare products. And these skincare products involves natural ingredients. Now, to give more brief discussion on how cosmetics really affects or had an impact on the culture of our society. Well, cosmetics were equally important to daily life in the Asian world. So if you can notice, one of the greatest examples why cosmetics were already rampant back then was the earliest era of Egyptian empire, where men and women from all social classes liberally applied eyeliner, eyeshadow, lipstick, and rouge. So meaning to say, so if you can notice, we have here the goddesses. We have Cleopatra and Nefertiti, wherein they are known to wear makeup. They are known to wear cosmetics like their eyeliners, as depicted in the illustration. So meaning to say, even before development of synthetic materials, okay, or chemicals, natural products are already used as part of skincare routines of Egyptians. So as this depicted in the illustrations in the images, these women are using eyeliners and made of natural products. Now, natural ingredients are increasingly used in conventional cosmetics and personal care products. Companies replacing synthetic chemicals with natural ingredients, partly because of consumer demand and partly because of a move towards sustainable raw materials. Because it is believed that the use of natural product, it's also sustainable, where consumers are already prioritizing or buying products or buying cosmetics that includes natural ingredients because it's sustainable and it doesn't have bad effects on our environment. So I also have here a projected a forecast of cosmetic market. So it's a forecast in the United States, where in year 2022 the cosmetics profit is 32.09 billion, but it is believed that in year 2027 there would be an increase of 50.46 billion of profit from natural cosmetics. So meaning to say, more and more people will really buy cosmetics with natural ingredients. Now let's come now to our country in the Philippines. So probably some of this medicinal plant is also present in your own respective countries. So here in our country, we have the 10 approved medicinal plants by the Department of Health, and it involves Acapulco, Ampalaya or bitter gourd. We also have bawang or bawang is garlic, then lagundi, nyug-nyugan, sambong, tsaang gubat. Also have here pansit-pansitan and peppermint. Now, this most of the households here in our country have these plants in their backyard. So probably my students can attest to that because it's already part of our culture. So that's why our ancestors already taught us how to grow these medicinal plants in our own backyard. Now, I just would like to share the breakthrough achievement of Lagundi. So as I've mentioned, this is one of the 10 medicinal plant in the country. And of the 10 medicinal plant in the country, this Lagundi has a breakthrough achievement. So this is the appearance of Lagundi. Now, we can already find Lagundi syrup if you can notice in the labeling of the medication. It is anti-cough and anti-asthma. So there are syrup forms, and there are also capsule forms. And recently, there are tea forms for Lagundi. Now, passed down for generations, the traditional knowledge of Lagundi has transformed into a safe, scientifically validated herbal drug. And to what I know, Lagundi is being sold in a lot of countries, including Japan, China, because it is known to be an effective medicine for cough and asthma. Okay. Okay, so aside from, so this is no longer part of the 10 approved medicinal plant in the Philippines, but turmeric is certainly have the most powerful component. So that's why it is tagged as the most powerful herb on the planet, because it is readily available in different countries. So it is from the ginger family that is primarily grown in India, China, and Indonesia. So I know that we're very much aware of this. Then it contains various compounds with medicinal properties. For example, turmeric contains curcumin, which is a powerful antioxidant that boosts the body's own antioxidant enzyme. So that's why one of my co-faculty told me that I have to drink turmeric tea because I just had my tonsillitis. So that's why it is only approved that a lot of people are using this turmeric and because it is believed to have effective use for hoarseness of voice, and what else, for cough and colds as well. Then ginseng. So root of ginseng, a perennial herb, and the estimated users for ginseng is 8.8 million. And then what is the medical use of ginseng? So this is to control diabetes and to treat fatigue. And ancient ginseng has been used for thousands of years as general body tonic. Then, aside from that, we also have here fish oils and omega fatty acids, where the source is the polyunsaturated fats found in cold water, such as tuna, salmon, and mackerel. Now, the estimated users for fish oils are 4.2 million, and it is used to lower down cholesterol and blood pressure levels. Okay, so what are the benefits of natural products? So these are a practical discussion of how natural products can benefit us and our society. Now, natural health products are environmentally friendly. Now, products with chemically based ingredients can have a negative environmental impact. So, manufacturing of these chemical heavy products put those and many more into the air and water. But for natural products, they will not be put anymore in air and water because they are environmental friendly. Okay, so that's why a lot or more and more people are using natural products. Then what else? It avoids irritation. So my emphasis on this slide is for skincare products or yeah, cosmetics where it has lesser side effects comparing to synthetic products. So harsh chemicals, artificial colorants, and fillers in skincare products and makeup can cause redness, irritation, and breaks out on your skin. So many people are allergic to these chemicals commonly found in conventionally produced products, and it may cause a reaction. Okay, then natural health products have a dramatic price difference. So expensive does not always equate to better quality. Synthetic beauty products or those with chemical ingredients are often more expensive than natural products due to the chemical processes that they need to undergo in order to produce the final product. So that's why probably most girls or yeah, most teenagers up to buy skincare products with natural ingredients because aside from the health benefit and the effectiveness of these cosmetic products, it is also known to have lesser price. Okay. Okay, so I would also, so this is the last part of my presentation. Now, I just would like to share the organizations from around the globe that had a great achievement on promoting natural product utilization. Okay, so I have researched on different sites, and I have seen several organizations that their primary advocacy is to promote the utilization of natural products. So first is the European Green Deal, where climate change and environmental degradation are an extension of the world. Now, to overcome these challenges, the European Green Deal will transform the European Union
Mrs.
into a
Turiano,
modern,
can we
resource
remind you?
efficient, and competitive.
Hello, Ms. Turiano. Mrs. Turiano, can
Yes.
they remind you that you have time 2 minutes again? 2 minutes
Yes.
left. 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so considering the time that is left for my speech. So yeah, one of the organizations that really promoted natural product utilization is the European Green Deal. Then we also have here the Malaysian Natural Product Society or MNPS, and I have also I get this photo from their website, and it only goes to show that the members of this MNPS or the Malaysian Natural Product Society really goes to different forests or mountains to research on what natural product will should be developed. Then aside from that, we also have here the Amity International Society for Natural Products I think this is in India. Yeah, this is in India. And we also have here in the Philippines, we have the organization in the name of Natural Product Society of the Philippines. So those are the organizations that are championing in their advocacies in promoting the utilization of natural product. Okay. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. Thank you very much, Professor Widodo. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Turiano. Actually, I'm so sorry. I was not. I didn't tell you about the time you should explain on this session. That's never mind. Actually, we come to the question and answer session. So, related to NPS, natural product, we know that we have similar plans between Indonesia and Philippines. So I take some plants or some natural products. The name is really quite same. Bawang. Is it white onion? Is that right? Hello, Mrs. Turiano.
Bawang.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bawang.
It's a garlic, sir. It's
Yes.
a garlic.
Oh, garlic. Okay, garlic. Yes. Same in Indonesia also called bawang, and then legundi. Yeah, legundi. Legundi. Yeah, we have legundi also in Indonesia. Then sambung. Yeah, maybe in Indonesia we call sembung. We use this natural product for gastritis. Actually, usually traditionally used for gastritis. Then there is, you take some different name, but we have similar, yeah, similar, or maybe that's equal, yeah. Turmeric, yeah. It is kurkuma in Indonesia. We call it is like what? Kurkuma. What's it?
Kurkuma.
Temulawak. Yeah, in Indonesia we call temulawak. Yeah,
Okay, sir.
turmeric, and then there are some ginseng, which is oil, then many others. So I want to really interesting on this the function of NPS, natural product. You state about in textile. We know
Textile.
yes, the problem is about what's about the price. When we see the textile, organic textile, it is really more expensive than common textile. So for the future, actually, we have the challenge how to make this product. We know it is will be safe for our environment, but the problem is it is more expensive. And we will give the time for our audience related to the natural product discovery and development. Hello, the audience. Is there any audience want to give question of or give response to Mrs. Turiano? Hello. Raise your hand, maybe. Mrs. Turiano.
They are just shy.
Yeah, they.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. There is one participants. Come on. Hello. Alona. Yeah. There is questions from Mrs. Alona.
Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead, Alona.
In some instances, the use of synthetic is more efficient and accessible. People are more often using products that contains chemical due to lack of knowledge for the possible outcomes. How can we implement or encourage the use of natural products? Mostly because life bloggers are promoting impulsive buying.
Yeah, the implementations. Okay. Okay. Once more. There is question also. The implementation of natural product. Okay, Mr. Okay, from our side, Miss Tusi. Come on, Miss Tusi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Slamet. Very good sharing from Mrs. Lorraine. Thank you, Mrs. Lorraine. We know that natural products are very potential ingredient for both medicine and cosmetic. My question is how far the naturalness of this natural product is when they are processed into a product, because I think the style is now is back to nature, is sexist issues. So, but is it really natural, or when they are processed into a product? Maybe that's one my question. Thank you.
Yes, back to natural. It is the newest issue at this moment. It is only. How do you think about this paradigm, or maybe the functions, the uses of natural product? Come on, Miss Lorraine. Two questions.
Okay, so I just would like to answer first the question of Alona about how are we going to improve the awareness of individuals about the use of natural product, where one of the efforts, so that's why I really appreciate the effort of the University of Malahayati for doing this international conferences, because this is one of the like activity that could really promote the utilization of natural product, because if the society will be aware that these natural products can be used, can be utilized, and these are readily available in their surroundings, this for more, it's a more in-depth discussion about it, but like the use of traditional medicines here in our country, well, if the society will be aware of the different uses and how they're going to prepare these traditional medicines, then the information will be passed through more and more people. That's why I really encourage the students who are here right now to also share their learnings to their families, and eventually it will be shared to, it will extend to their communities as well. Can I ask Ms. Tusi to repeat the question, because I had technical glitches when she raised. Ms. Tusi, can you repeat your question, please? Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, is it clear, Miss Alona and Mrs. Tusi? Okay. Okay, wait a minute for the participants. Mrs. Toriano has problem
Yes.
with her
Yes.
connection. Okay.
I haven't answered
Okay.
Miss
Okay.
the question of Miss Tusi yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you
Miss
repeat it,
Tusi.
Miss Tusi?
Yep.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Tusi. Is it clear for you?
Yeah, you are muted. I think you are muted, Miss Tusi. Sorry. She's already speaking, but she's muted.
Okay. Well, probably the implementation of natural product (NPS) for the future, it should be implement in the legal situation or legal condition. You know that natural product at this moment, it is like update or the new issue, because we have back to the nature slogan or symbol, but the fact we still really don't consider to the functions and the implementation of natural product. So probably by back to nature, could you tell us about the implementation of natural product in your country, in Philippines? I mean, what kind of natural product usually used in your research, or maybe in your for your health medicine, drugs, and others?
Okay.
Okay, Mrs.
Thank you
Lorraine,
very much.
the host mute me, but I can unmute with
It's
myself.
okay. It's okay.
Okay, I think what Mr.
Miss
Slamet say already repeat my question is the underline is uh, how far the naturalness of this natural product when they are processed into a product. So is it really natural, or maybe we can choose the natural product by itself without any process? Maybe it's one of my underlying
Hello?
question,
Okay.
Mrs. Lorraine.
Okay. Still the origin of the product.
Okay.
The
Hello,
product.
can you hear me?
The product doesn't have any kind of process. How do you think about this
Hello?
case? Yeah.
Okay, sorry for that. I lost my connection in my laptop, but I will answer right now. Now, here in our, I just would like to share the implementation of natural product here in our country, because your question is somewhat related with the question of Sir Slam. Now, it will undergo several clinical trials, just like probably process before it will be released in the market and before it will be used by the society. So in our country, relating to the question of Mr. Slamet, that the implementation of natural product in our country is very, say, rich, because there are a lot of products already that is being used in the market or being sold in the market that is from natural sources. For example, the Gayabano leaves. So the Gayabano leaves are being used by our community, even if it's not part of the 10 approved uh, medicinal plants of the Department of Health, but it is known to be effective, and it is approved by the Food Drug Authority here in our country. And as to my personal experience as a researcher as well, before we had a research on, we call it as pili. It is very common here in our region. Probably my students will understand that it is really part of like it can be found anywhere. Now this pili, or we call it as, it's a kind of nut here in our region, and then it has say before you say before you open the nut, there's a covering on it, and this covering is used for it is used for as a form of viand here in our country. However, my research back then, I would like to transform it into a tea, also into a tea, because it is the end product of these pili nuts would uplift lifestyle of the people in our locality. But my goal is to transform it into a tea, because it is known to have an antioxidant effect. However, it was not approved by my funding agency, since pili nuts is a very seasonal type of nut. And in a year, I think they only grow during summertime. So they told me that it will not be very sustainable, since it can only be the fruit can only be say harvest during summertime. And I also have one research about mushrooms, which according to them, it's also expensive to grow mushrooms inside their homes. So I still have a lot of say imaginations in my mind about how to really say create or say create product coming from natural resources. But to my experience, yeah, those are the products that I hope to develop: the pili nuts and the mushrooms, the homegrown mushrooms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the questioner also, Mrs. Alon and also Mrs. Tusi. And really, thank you very much for Mrs. Turiano. Send my best regard to Ma'am Teresita and also Prof. Fillmore. Probably for the next session, the next agenda, we are going to have like international guest lecture series. I want to conduct it for CSPC. Then still wait on your screen because after this we are going to have a ceremonial gift. And I close this meeting. Thank you very much for the first keynote speaker in the second day of Second International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science 2022. Thank you very much, Mrs. Turiano. Good morning.
Thank you very much,
Selamat
the University of
pagi.
Malahayati and all
Okay.
participants. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Mrs. Lauren Ibesturiano for the keynote speech and Mr. Slamet Widodo as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to stay on your screen because we would like to present the ceremonial gift to you for sharing your expertise in the session. And to present the ceremonial gift, kindly we invited the Head of Quality Control Department of University of Malahayati, Ms. Erna Listianingsi, PhD. And now we will hold a photo session. The keynote speakers, moderator, the head of Malahayati Research Center, as well as participants are welcome to take a position.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be seated. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the place to deliver his keynote speech, Assistant Professor Dr. Güler İnci Tanrıkulu from Amasya University, Turkey. The keynote speech will be moderated by Mr. Slamet Widodo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Güler İnci Tanrıkulu and Mr. Slamet Widodo. For Mr. Slamet Widodo, please come forward to open the session.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mrs. Güler İnci Tanrıkulu. Assalamualaikum. Okay. Good morning, Mrs. Tanrıkulu. Hello, good morning. Hello, Mrs. Güler. Okay, probably Mrs. Güler still have trouble with her connection. Okay, wait a minute for participants because she has trouble with her connection.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Dr. Gula.
Finally.
Okay, okay. Thank you for joining our international conference. Okay, before starting your presentation, I would like to introduce you to our participants or audience. Okay, our second speaker, our second keynote speaker in this conference, in the second day, is Mrs. Gular Incitan Rikulu, PhD, from Amasa University.
Hello. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Gula. So if you cannot connect your slide, our team
I
will
can
help.
connect, but I cannot share my slides. Let me read, maybe.
Okay. It's okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Mrs. Gular, before starting your presentation, actually, I want to introduce you to our participants. Well, the participants, our second keynote speaker in the second day on International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science 2022. The keynote speaker's name is Mrs. Gular Inci Tanrikulu. Hello, Mr. Gular. Assalamualaikum.
Hello, salam alaikum.
Yeah, okay.
I'm so excited. I'm so sorry.
I see.
Connection.
Okay, actually, she graduated from Department of Chemical Science, Ankara University, Turkey, in 2010. Then she graduated from master degree in Institute of Science in Ankara University also in 2017. Then Karen, she is still in Institute of Science, Ankara University, Turkey, with PhD or doctoral degree. Well, she has research on teaching in Amasa University, and internship Directorate of Mineral Research and Exploration, Ankara, Turkey. And also, she has experience on organic and inorganic synthesis, microwave synthesis, post-Pazin chemistry, coordination chemistry, computational chemistry, and the other research she has. And the language, actually, because she is the Turkey, of course, Turkish, English, and Germany. Really, really good. Okay, Mrs. Tanrikulu, actually you have 30 minutes to present your presentation. Then 10 minutes will be followed by question and answer. Okay, thank you, Miss Gula. Come on.
Thank you. Hello, dear participants. I'm research assistant in Amasa University. My expertise is inorganic chemistry. And I also work on medicinal plants 5 years ago, maybe. Today I'm going to tell you a review on antimicrobial resistance and the future of medicinal plants. My presentation starts with antibiotics and history of antibiotics, antimicrobial resistance, medicinal plants, and goes on future of medicinal plants, and finishes with conclusion our study. The other slide, please. Yeah, the other 3. The third one, please. Oh, yeah, okay. What is antibiotic? Everyone knows this, but I want to explain it. Bacteria, fungi, actinomyces, such as microorganisms, want to suppress the growth of other microorganisms and to destroy them. So bacteria, microorganisms produce some various substances. We call these antibiotics. The other slide, when did antimicrobial therapy begin? As we know, Pasteur and Joubert were the first discoverers of antimicrobial drugs. They determined that anthrax bacilli that can grow in sterile urine, but it cannot grow in urine contaminated with other bacteria. The fifth slide, in 1909, German bacteriologist Paul Ehrlich conducted research for the treatment of infection. He introduced the concept of selective toxic effects. He developed salvarsan, also as known as arsenophenamine, It was effective in the early stage of syphilis. The sixth slide, as the page shows, six, please. On the other hand, Alexander Fleming was an extremely messy scientist. One day he came back from holiday to see a mold growing on his Staphylococcus agar plate. He observed that Staphylococci didn't grow around the mold fungus, and he filtrated these fungi and obtained a substance it called penicillin. It was a coincidence. Maybe we would throw away into rubbish, but he filtrated it. Thus, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1945. And he said that bacteria can acquire resistance when exposed to these substances for a certain period of time. The seventh slide, please. As we said, antimicrobial agents kill microorganisms or stops their growth. So how does it work? Seventh page, please. How does it work? Antimicrobial agents, we say. Inhibition of cell wall synthesis, penicillin, bacitracin, etc. Disruption of cell membrane function, for example, polymyxin. Inhibition of protein synthesis, quinolone, maybe. Inhibition of nucleic acid synthesis, for example, erythromycin, tetracycline. And fifth, we listed action as anti-metabolics, sulfonamides, for example. The eighth page, please. Antimicrobial resistance. Eighth page, please. Antimicrobial resistance. Mutant bacteria. Next page, please. Next. Yes, thank you. Antibiotics kill normal bacteria and the mutant bacteria survive. Thus, the mutant bacteria replicates and the number of mutants increases. This situation is called antimicrobial resistance. We can say shortly AMR. Most pathogenic microorganisms have the capability of developing resistance to at least some antimicrobial agents. Antimicrobial resistance is one of the most serious global public health threats of the 21st century, as it has become a major source of morbidity and mortality worldwide. The next page, please. As the page shows, from 1920 to 1990, new antimicrobial drugs discovered and used, then microorganisms developed new resistance mechanisms. It goes on and on. The other page, please. The other page shows, we'll see, in Europe, North America, Latin America, approximately 400 people deceased because of AMR. Also in Africa, Asia, approximately 5,000 people died due to AMR, unfortunately, every year. So how does AMR spread? The next page shows some origin, we can say, hospital origin, misuse of drugs, and food origin. Hospital origin, we can say, when someone goes to and stays in hospital and gets sick, then misuse of drugs, wrong time or wrong period using the drugs. Food origin is, we'll say, same antibiotics. Some antibiotics, for example, cephalosporin, are used in some farm animals to increase carcass meat. Then people eat this meat, thus they can get sick. and we say origin. Next page, why so mistakes? High number and complexity of drugs, high number and complexity of pathogens, poor training in antibiotic use, the most problem maybe in people, variability over time and place in pathogen prevalence, antibiotic susceptibilities, antibiotic formularies. So that the next page shows the universal increase in multi-drug resistance rates to antimicrobial agents is the one of the public health problems. This situation has led to the need for alternative antimicrobial agents. In this sense, the low side effects of medicinal and aromatic plants have an important place in terms of having reached bioactive components. The next page shows our another title, medicinal plants. Medicinal plants are rich in secondary metabolites, are potential sources of drugs. Secondary metabolites, we'll see, plants produce a large number and variety of organic compounds that have no function during their growth and development. These substances are called secondary metabolites or secondary products or natural products. It is seen that secondary metabolites generally do not have a direct role in photosynthesis, respiration, solute transport, protein synthesis, digestion, and the formation of carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids in plants. Secondary metabolites are limited in the plant kingdom and are distributed in some plants. These features distinguish them from primary metabolites, amino acids or sugars, etc. Primary metabolites are found in all plants, while secondary metabolites are found in some plants. Secondary metabolites are divided into three main groups, as we show next page: terpenes, phenolic compounds, nitrogenous compounds. Terpenes essential oils, cardenolics, saponins, steroids, resins, rubber, gibberellin, phenolic compounds, phenylpropanoids, coumarins, benzoic acid derivatives, leak, anthocyanins, flavonoids, and tannins, nitrogenous compounds, alkaloids. A considerable number of definitions have been proposed for the term medicinal plant. According to World Health Organization, a medicinal plant contains substances that can be used for therapeutic purposes or precursors for chemopharmaceutical synthesis. Next page is 17th page, 18th page, please. Yes, next. Yes, next. Sorry. Yes. Medical plants and their uses will see purposes of use. It is used in a wide area such as medicine, perfume, cosmetics, personal hygiene products, soft drinks, beverages, confectionery, chewing gum, herbal tea, essence, and aroma. Next page will tell from the past to present, people have benefited from plants for nutrition, shelter, healing wounds, and curing diseases. It has been determined that there are 250 plants that people used in treatments in the 5000 BC. Hittites, Egyptians, Sumerians, Assyrians, and Mesopotamians have used herbs for years. Over time, the introduction of drugs into production has led to a decrease in the use of medicinal aromatic plants. Next page, according to the information obtained from the clay tablets, the Mesopotamians, the treatments, grains, vegetables, food parts, species, and various wild herbs. For example, cinnamon, devil's grass, myrtle, thyme, willow, pear, peppermint, fennel, saffron, mandragora, mustard, etc. Next page, we will say Hippocrates and the physicians of his school used plants for therapeutic purposes. However, just as aspirin is used as a panacea today, there were plants that were thought to be a cure-all back then. It was emphasized with the saying, let the food be the medicine and the medicine be the food. Medicinal plants used by Hippocrates are few in number compared to those Indian or Egyptian medicine. He identified 4 of these herbs. Next page, please. As we know, synthetic drugs have many side effects, and the demand for natural products increased as people discovered the side effects. And we can tell economic importance of medicinal plants. Next page, please. According to the World Health Organization data, approximately 20,000 plant species are used for medicinal purposes in the world. Today, the market for medicinal plants is estimated to be around $60 billion annually. And it is estimated that there are between 750,000 and 1 billion plant species in the world. About 500,000 of them have been described and named. The species produced to obtain food is around 3,000, and on the other hand, the wild plant species used as food is over 100,000. Let's look at Turkey. Due to its rich flora, thank God, Turkey is home to many plant species. There are approximately 11,000 plant taxa, and 500 of them are used for alternative medicine. These plants, which can be used in their wet form, are also used for dried form. All organs of the plant's body, leaf, flower, seed, tuber, and bark are used for different purposes and with different methods. In our country, medicinal aromatic plants are mostly collected Aegean, Mediterranean, southeastern Anatolia, Marmara, and eastern Black Sea. Although our country has a rich plant diversity, it has not yet reached a sufficient level in the export of medicinal aromatic plants. Anise, laurel, poppy, and thyme are the leading plants for export, while black pepper ranks first in import. It is estimated that 70% of medicinal plants used today are collected from nature and 30% are cultivated. 70% collected, 30% are cultivated, we say. Factors that increase harm in collecting plants from nature: overgrazing, early collection, uncontrolled collection, natural population of the collection plants, the collected part of the plants, other plants replace the collected plants. Due to these factors, as we link, decrease in biodiversity, extinction of the collected species, people who are treated with these plants are faced with the disappearance of treatment opportunities. Benefits of culturing medicinal plants. Due to the collection, there is a decrease in nature over time. These plants cannot be used. For this, they must be cultured. Cultivation is more advantageous for some plants, especially for those who are scarce in the flora. More product is obtained from unit area. Changing and mixing is minimum. Quality control is easier in cultivated species. New varieties can be developed by breeding in cultivated plants. The disappearance of rare and endangered plants is prevented. And in some plants, washing, cleaning, etc. processes are easier in cultured ones. The list as the page shows some medicinal plants in Turkey. I say in Turkish, please. Acı pelin otu, papatya, çiriş, kurt pençesi kökü, akasma kökü, dulavrat otu, mübarek dikeni, yabani havuç, kantaron, kazaya, kafur, karanfil, kişniş, sıklamen, gazel otu, Hint yağı, hümak, deniz testeresi, yaban yasemini, ada soğanı, kekik, anason, loğusa otu, yer narı, funda, sütleyen, sinameti, soğan, Noel gülü, mayasıl otu, ban otu, baldıran, çivit otu, tarçın, ebe gümeci, tıbbi kokulu yonca, nane, yavşan, zeytin, olive especially, beş parmak otu, sedef otu, düğün çiçeği, şakayık, menekşe, biberiye, etc. We cannot say everything in this. Our country, Turkey, is in the middle latitude. The climate is not too cold and not too hot. So in Turkey, many medical plants can grow. And Turkey is in a wetland, thank God. Turkey exports medicinal and aromatic plants to about 100 countries around the world. A significant part of its exports are made to North America, European Union, Latin America, Far East, and North African countries. Among these countries, the USA, Germany, Vietnam, Netherlands, Poland, Brazil, Canada, Italy, Belgium, Greece, France, and Japan are the top of the list. The imported medicinal and spice plants exported by Turkey are thyme, we call zahter or kekik in Turkish, by leaves, cumin, anise, fennel seed, juniper bark, mahalep, fenugreek, rosemary, lycoris root, mint, sumac, sage, and linden flower. Turkey's geographical location, as I say before, climate and plant diversity, agricultural potential, and thanks to its large surface area. It has important place in the trade of medicinal and aromatic plants. However, it cannot be said that the current potential is adequately evaluated. Rosa Canina, I can pardon. Some of the medicinal and aromatic plants traded in Turkey are collected from nature and some are produced by culturing. Sage, juniper, rosemary, kuşburnu we call, gypsum, laurel, linden, nettle, centauri, rosehip, mahalep, lycoris, myrtle, lemon balm, chamomile, salep, sumac, wild thyme, and some bulbous, tuberous, and rhizome plants are important plants collected from nature. Medicinal and aromatic plants cultivated are thyme, sage, mint, fennel, chamomile, rosemary, anise, dill, echinacea, basil. In Turkish, we can say fesleğen or reyhan, cumin, mustard, poppy, caper, flax, red pepper, coriander, lavender, lavanta in Turkish, saffron, and sesame. Okay, we'll see some medicinal plants in Turkey. Achillea millefolium, yarrow, which is from the daisy family, has more than 200 species, and its homeland is known as Europe and Asia. It's also known by names such as oil lamp flower, akbaşlı, 1001 leaf grass, barberry. It is a perennial herb and height 50.
So sorry, Mrs. Gula. Hello. So sorry, Mrs. Gula. Your time, you still have 2 minutes for your presentation. 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
I can finish if you want. Would you like to finish? I'd like to finish my presentation with our study. The 39th, 39th page. Yes. It's our study. Ömer Ertürk, me, Mr. Ömer Ertürk, me and Mrs. Ceren Yavuz, Mrs. Zehra Can, and Mrs. Hilal Ebru Çakır, thanks to their contribution. In our study, we used Lamiaste, basil enzyme in Turkish fesleğen and zahter. We extracted these plants with three different solvents, ethanol, dichloromethane, and hexane. And we obtained essential oil of them. We can say as Molinos, next page, is it finished? So, yes. We can say as Molinos has higher zone than the other microorganisms. Yes, I finished. We use these plants mostly as seeds, and in the field of cosmetics, studies on this subject emphasize in the importance of medicinal and aromatic plants. It is thought that this study can be a source for future studies on medicinal and aromatic plants and contribute to emergence of new ideas on this subject. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for my inadequate English. In Turkish, sürçülisan ettiysek affola. Thank you for your attention and greetings from Amasya, the cities of Princess.
Thank you, thank you.
A pleasure to
Yeah, Mrs. Gola, actually, there will be question and answer session. We want to challenge our participants to deliver their question. So before our participants, there will be question from me. We know that we have many challenges on microbial for the future. So could you tell us about, is there any kind of, what I mean here, herbal or traditional medicine usually used in Turkey, that it is become formula?
Which page did you say? What one?
In Indonesia, actually, we are familiar with saffron. You know, saffron flower.
Saffron. Okay.
Or Fatima grass. Are you familiar with those plants?
I don't. My expertise in inorganic synthesis chemistry, because I don't know details health sciences.
Okay. Well, Mrs. Gula, actually, how do you think of antimicrobial, antimicrobial for the future? I mean, what is the challenge for the future related to your topic? When we want to apply in our medical or clinical therapy?
People demands natural products and natural life, so that we research antimicrobial.
The research of natural product.
The synthetic drugs have side effects. So we can more use natural products.
Yeah, and how about medical plants? We are familiar with the name of herbal. Yeah, such as fish oil, and then we can use for our multivitamin.
Medicinal plants have side effects also, but we can study just in vitro.
Okay, okay.
Studies need to support in vivo also. Our work is within the scope of research and development.
Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Goulart Incitan Rikulu from Amasa University, Turkey. Still on your screen, because after your presentation, after our session, we will have ceremonial gift and photo session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, actually for the second keynote speaker in the second day of second international conference on public health and medical science is finished, and now we come to the next session, ceremonial gift for our keynote speaker, Mrs. Gular Inci Tanrikulu. Thank you, Mr. Tanrikulu. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Assistant Professor Dr. Gulert Insi Tanrikulu for the keynote speech and Mr. Slamet Widodo as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to stay on your screen because we would like to present the ceremonial gift to you for sharing your expertise in this session. And to present the ceremonial gift, kindly be invited the head of Master Degree Public of Health of University of Malahayati, Dr. Samino S.H. MKes. And now, we will hold a photo session to keynote speakers, moderator, the head of Master Degree Public Health of University of Malahayati, as well as participants are welcome to take a position.
I'm very glad to meet you and join this conference. Thank you, everyone. Hello?
Next session for attendees, please break for pray and the other activities until 12:30 p.m. and followed by the third and the fourth keynote speakers. Thank you.
maksimal mungkin.
Untuk memacu prestasi dan meningkatkan kualitas generasi penerus bangsa Indonesia yang berilmu dan siap menghadapi era globalisasi, UNAYA turut melakukan kerjasama internasional dengan beberapa universitas ternama di luar negeri.
Banyak kerjasama, ya, tetapi yang aktif dalam 1 tahun terakhir ini ada 2 universitas di Malaysia yang aktif melakukan kerjasama melalui tridharma perguruan tinggi, terutama di bidang penelitian. Kita melakukan joint research, penulisan jurnal ilmiah bersama, kemudian student mobility, dan universitas di Wuhan, Jianghan juga kita lakukan kerjasama.
UNAYA memiliki komitmen tinggi untuk memfasilitasi tumbuh kembangnya berbagai aktivitas di bidang kemahasiswaan yang mampu menunjang prestasi akademik maupun non-akademik.
Ada mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang ingin tampil baik di luar kampus maupun dalam. Dukungan dari kami sangat besar dan bahkan dukungan dari kampus selalu mendukung dengan cara membimbing dan memfasilitasi dengan cara memberikan alat-alat, mendanai sehingga kreativitas mahasiswa dapat berjalan sebagaimana yang semestinya.
Aktivitas mahasiswa di bidang seni, olahraga, dan kelompok-kelompok studi lainnya turut menjadi bagian penting yang diperhatikan oleh UNAYA agar bakat dari mahasiswa bisa tersalurkan dengan baik.
Lomba maket itu sendiri itu diprioritaskan untuk lomba maket waduk. Seluruh mahasiswa teknik sipil yang tergabung dalam wilayah Aceh itu ikut serta dalam ajang tersebut. Alhamdulillah kita dari Universitas Abulayatama dapat bagian juara 1.
Kegiatan di luar ruang kelas telah menjadi bagian integral UNAYA untuk menghasilkan mahasiswa yang membawa dampak positif dalam usaha pembangunan dan turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa.
Upaya dari Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Abulayatama adalah dengan membawa praktek belajar mahasiswa untuk lebih memahami bagaimana manajemen puskesmas itu sendiri, karena orientasi sesudah lulus mereka nantinya akan pergi ke masyarakat, khususnya ke puskesmas.
Menjadikan mahasiswa yang peka terhadap lingkungan sosial yang ada di Indonesia merupakan kewajiban dari UNAYA agar mahasiswa dapat terlibat secara aktif dalam membantu masyarakat.
Mari bergabung bersama kami menjadi keluarga besar Abulayatama.
Educating is a commitment to build the country, since we believe that education is a key to achieve a better future. Malahayati University, let's challenge the future. As a regional asset and the pride of the people of the Lampung province, the University of Malahayati is a higher education institution that has a central role in producing science, technology, and community service. 27th August 1993, with high enthusiasm and ideals for the education of the nation's children, Dr. Rusli Bintang founded the Malahayati University under the shade of the Ali Technology Foundation, Bandar Lampung, in a strategic location occupying an area of 84 hectares in the city center. For urgent needs, the University of Malahayati has helicopter landing facilities. With a natural and beautiful green nuance, the Malahayati campus provides a comfortable learning atmosphere for students. Therefore, more than 10,000 graduates, starting from undergraduate and postgraduate levels, are produced. Currently, there are approximately 4,180 students taking part in the teaching and learning process at Malahayati University. Until now, the University of Malahayati has 5 faculties: Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Health Science, Faculty of Public Health, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Law. In addition, Malahayati University also has a postgraduate program. Based on the Indonesian medical competence, medical students can do co-assistant at the Pertamina Bintang Amin Hospital. Proud achievements are always correlated with managements in a professional and innovative manner. Efforts to improve the degree of quality of Malahayati University at the global level are developed through international cooperation, development of research, science, and technology. To obtain easy information and references, students can use the library. This is the library of Malahayati University, where each room in the library represents the traditional houses in Indonesia. All activities are monitored using CCTV, and an accurate fingerprint attendance system will record student attendance in order to build a disciplined culture of students at the University of Malahayati. The use of data centers as the center of data storage has become an investment in the field of information and technology, in the form of state-of-the-art data centers and campus-wide networks, or integrated campus networks in realizing eCampus. As a scientific reflection that becomes a social inspiration for fellow students, activities are carried out consistently, including medical assistancy, infus media, Rohima, and student regiment. Malahayati has various sport facilities. And Malahayati also has dormitories. Apartments for lecturers. And houses for doctors. Besides that, Malahayati also has social responsibilities including providing free health services for the poor and providing compensation funds. All activities that are carried out are in line with the vision and mission of Malahayati. Malahayati University, let's challenge the future.
Aceh merupakan sebuah provinsi di Indonesia yang terletak di ujung utara Pulau Sumatera dan merupakan provinsi paling barat di Indonesia. Dianggap sebagai tempat dimulainya penyebaran Islam di Indonesia dan memainkan peran penting dalam penyebaran Islam di Asia Tenggara, Aceh memiliki persentase penduduk Muslim yang tertinggi dibandingkan dengan wilayah lainnya di Indonesia. Aceh menerapkan sistem syariat Islam. Aceh juga sering disebut sebagai Serambi Mekah karena menerapkan berbagai nilai Islami dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, termasuk dalam pendidikan. Yang mana hal tersebut sejalan dengan salah satu visi Universitas Abuliyatama, yaitu Universitas yang Islami. Universitas Abuliyatama atau yang sering disingkat menjadi UNAYA merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta di Aceh yang terus berkembang menuju universitas terkemuka di Indonesia. Didirikan oleh Yayasan Abuliyatama Aceh dengan tujuan membawa dampak positif dalam usaha pembangunan dan turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa melalui Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Terletak di kawasan bukit dengan lingkungan yang indah dan asri, UNAYA menjadi tempat terbaik bagi mahasiswa untuk belajar. Jauh dari hiruk-pikuk keramaian kota, UNAYA memberikan kenyamanan bagi mahasiswa untuk menimba ilmu. Didukung oleh keramah tamahan pegawai UNAYA dalam memberikan pelayanan administrasi yang baik untuk mahasiswa menjadi prioritas yang selalu diutamakan UNAYA untuk membimbing peserta didik baru maupun mahasiswa dalam mengurus segala administrasi. Universitas Abuliyatama adalah universitas yang sangat berkomitmen pada kualitas, pengalaman belajar yang baik, dan kehidupan mahasiswa yang nyaman di kampus. Universitas Abuliyatama memiliki reputasi dalam kualitas proses belajar mengajar, prestasi akademik yang tinggi, etika berbasis pendidikan, dan dorongan dari pemikiran mandiri. Kami menjamin memenuhi komitmen tersebut kepada mahasiswa kami dengan memberikan tenaga pengajar yang berkredibilitas tinggi dan mempunyai prestasi.
Visi baru Universitas Abuliyatama yang memiliki 3 kata kunci, Islami, unggul dan global, telah memacu Universitas Abuliyatama untuk berbenah secara menyeluruh. Dosen terpenuhi dalam setiap program studi yang ada, dan kita sudah memiliki cukup banyak doktor, bahkan guru besar atau profesor. Universitas Abuliyatama juga mulai menyekolahkan program studi S3 pada dosen-dosennya, baik yang disekolahkan melalui program beasiswa kerjasama luar negeri maupun di dalam negeri.
UNAYA mengelola 8 fakultas dengan 25 program studi di dalamnya. Di antaranya Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Perikanan, Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen Ilmu Komputer. Untuk mendorong terwujudnya Research Center yang menjadi pusat penelitian unggulan di Fakultas Hukum dan Fakultas Ekonomi, UNAYA memiliki program studi pasca sarjana seperti Magister Hukum dan Magister Manajemen yang telah ada sejak tahun 2016. UNAYA juga menerima kelas pegawai untuk program studi ilmu keperawatan, agroteknologi, peternakan, ekonomi, pendidikan jasmani, kesehatan dan rekreasi, hukum, dan teknik. Kualitas sarana dan prasarana yang baik terus UNAYA berikan agar tercapainya penunjang pendidikan yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya dapat dengan mudah diakses.
Kita sudah mempergunakan 24 standar kurikulum nasional ditambah dengan 3 standar muatan lokal atau universitas. Fasilitas laboratorium kita juga perbarui, ditingkatkan sesuai dengan kompetensi yang ingin dicapai oleh masing-masing program studi. Untuk bidang kesehatan, bahkan kita sudah mendirikan rumah sakit ya, yang cikal bakal menjadi rumah sakit pendidikan. Rumah sakit ini bekerja sama dengan Pertamina Bina Merdeka, salah satu anak perusahaan Pertamina yang berkecimpung di bidang kesehatan. Kebun lahan percobaan juga kita buat ya, bekerja sama dengan Balai Pertanian dalam pengadaan bibit dan tata cara penanaman yang baik, sehingga dengan diharapkan demikian lulusan Universitas Abuliyatama nantinya terpenuhi terkait dengan standar mutu.
Ciri khas dari pertanian itu sendiri kan harus ada lahan. Oleh karena itu, yayasan sudah memberikan fasilitas lahan ini yang saat ini sudah kita tanami jagung. Selain itu juga bibit yang difasilitasi oleh UNAYA juga merupakan salah satu varietas unggul.
Perpustakaan kita sekarang sudah difasilitasi dengan komputer, wifi yang bisa diakses langsung oleh mahasiswanya. Untuk minat baca mahasiswanya sudah tergolong bagus. Mereka sering ke perpusnya untuk mencari bahan, membaca, dan perpustakaannya juga udah nyaman.
Fasilitasnya itu sendiri sangat memuaskan. Yang disediakan dari sini itu ada tempat tidur, lemari, dan ada juga kamar mandi biasanya di dalam kamarnya. Kalau misalnya di sini, kami juga pulang malamnya itu dibatasi oleh Bapak. Dimana kalau misalnya kami di atas jam 10, tidak boleh lagi ke asrama, batasnya itu keluar boleh dari sampai jam 10. Setelah itu kalau misalnya bagi yang tidak punya kendaraan, di sini kami biasa bisa jalan untuk ke kampus, lumayan dekat dari sini ke kampus juga.
Lab bahasa ini sendiri pertama sekali kami aktifkan pada tahun 2013 yang dimana sekarang banyak aktivitas yang kami lakukan, yang kami programkan untuk pusat pengembangan bahasa. Kita membuka les TOEFL yang bisa diikuti oleh semua mahasiswa, di mana semua lulusan dari Universitas Abuliyatama itu diharapkan memiliki kompetensi yang baik dalam bahasa Inggris, baik secara lisan maupun tulisan.
Fasilitas di lab Abuliyatama ini terdapat seperti akuarium, bak beton, dan kolam-kolam.
Kalau untuk di lab ini ada beberapa item yang selalu berjalan, seperti pembesaran ikan nila dan ada beberapa ikan hias lainnya.
Kita di sini punya komputer untuk programming dan ada beberapa komputer untuk lab ini. Dengan adanya fasilitas ini, nanti akan memberikan nilai lebih untuk mahasiswa, bukan cuma pelajaran tapi juga praktek. Jadi begitu mereka terjun ke lapangan, terjun ke masyarakat, mereka sudah terbiasa.
Seperti sudah bisa kita lihat, masing-masing baik itu jaksa, hakim, penasihat hukum telah mempunyai atribut yang bisa digunakan untuk praktek. Calon-calon sarjana yang telah kita saksikan sendiri ini telah mempunyai kemahiran yang cukup mumpuni untuk langsung terjun ke bidang hukum baik itu dalam posisi sebagai jaksa, hakim, panitera maupun penasihat hukum.
Beranjak dari visi dan misi universitas, program studi Teknik Mesin Abuliyatama berusaha keras untuk mampu memenuhi kriteria itu. Sehingga di sini kami mengelola SDM yang ada, apakah itu dari tenaga pengajar, tenaga pendidikan, bahkan mahasiswa yang berprestasi, kita cukup rangkul untuk mampu mewujudkan kriteria yang dimaksud itu tadi. Sehingga pemanfaatan fasilitas yang ada di laboratorium teknik mesin ini kita upayakan semaksimal mungkin.
Untuk memacu prestasi dan meningkatkan kualitas generasi penerus bangsa Indonesia yang berilmu dan siap menghadapi era globalisasi, UNAYA turut melakukan kerjasama internasional dengan beberapa universitas ternama di luar negeri.
Banyak kerjasama, ya, tetapi yang aktif dalam 1 tahun terakhir ini ada 2 universitas di Malaysia yang aktif melakukan kerjasama melalui Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, terutama di bidang penelitian. Kita melakukan joint research, penulisan jurnal ilmiah bersama, kemudian student mobility, dan universitas di Wuhan, Yanghian juga kita lakukan kerjasama.
UNAYA memiliki komitmen tinggi untuk memfasilitasi tumbuh kembangnya berbagai aktivitas di bidang kemahasiswaan yang mampu menunjang prestasi akademik maupun non-akademik.
Ada mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang ingin tampil baik di luar kampus maupun dalam, dukungan dari kami sangat besar, dan bahkan dukungan dari kampus selalu mendukung dengan cara membimbing dan memfasilitasi dengan cara memberikan alat-alat, mendanai, sehingga kreativitas mahasiswa dapat berjalan sebagaimana yang semestinya.
Aktivitas mahasiswa di bidang seni, olahraga, dan kelompok-kelompok studi lainnya turut menjadi bagian penting yang diperhatikan oleh Unaya agar bakat dari mahasiswa bisa tersalurkan dengan baik.
Lomba maket itu sendiri itu diprioritaskan untuk lomba maket waduk. Seluruh mahasiswa teknik sipil yang tergabung dalam wilayah Aceh itu ikut serta dalam ajang tersebut. Alhamdulillah kita dari Universitas Abulayatama dapat bagian juara 1.
Kegiatan di luar ruang kelas telah menjadi bagian integral Unaya untuk menghasilkan mahasiswa yang membawa dampak positif dalam usaha pembangunan dan turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa.
Upaya dari Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Abulayatama adalah dengan membawa praktek belajar mahasiswa untuk lebih memahami bagaimana manajemen puskesmas itu sendiri, karena orientasi sesudah lulus mereka nantinya akan terjun ke masyarakat, khususnya ke puskesmas.
Menjadikan mahasiswa yang peka terhadap lingkungan sosial yang ada di Indonesia merupakan kewajiban dari Unaya agar mahasiswa dapat terlibat secara aktif dalam membantu masyarakat.
Mari bergabung bersama kami menjadi keluarga besar Malahayati.
Educating is a commitment to build the country, since we believe that education is a key to achieve a better future. Malahayati University, let's challenge the future. As a regional asset and the pride of the people of the Lampung province, the University of Malahayati is a higher education institution that has a central role in producing science, technology, and community service. 27th August 1993, with high enthusiasm and ideals for the education of the nation's children, Dr. Rusli Bintang founded the Malahayati University under the shade of the Ali Technology Foundation, Bandar Lampung, in a strategic location occupying an area of 84 hectares in the city center. For urgent needs, the University of Malahayati has helicopter landing facilities. With a natural and beautiful green nuance, the Malahayati campus provides a comfortable learning atmosphere for students. Therefore, more than 10,000 graduates, starting from undergraduate and postgraduate levels, are produced. Currently, there are approximately 4,180 students taking part in the teaching and learning process at Malahayati University. Until now, the University of Malahayati has 5 faculties: Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Health Science, Faculty of Public Health, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Law. In addition, Malahayati University also has a postgraduate program. on the Indonesian medical competence, medical students can do co-assistant at the Pertamina Bintang Amin Hospital. Proud achievements are always correlated with managements in a professional and innovative manner. Efforts to improve the degree of quality of Malahayati University at the global level are developed through international cooperation, development of research, science, and technology. To obtain easy information and references, students can use the library. This is the library of Malahayati University, where each room in the library represents the traditional houses in Indonesia. All activities are monitored using CCTV, and an accurate fingerprint attendance system will record student attendance in order to build a disciplined culture of students at the University of Malahayati. The use of data centers as the center of data storage has become an investment in the field of information and technology, in the form of state-of-the-art data centers and campus-wide networks, or integrated campus networks in realizing eCampus. As a scientific reflection that becomes a social inspiration for fellow students, activities are carried out consistently, including medical assistancy, infus media, rohima, and student regiment. Malahayati has various sport facilities. And Malahayati also has dormitories. Apartments for lecturers. And houses for doctors. Besides that, Malahayati also has social responsibilities, including providing free health services for the poor and providing compensation funds. All activities that are carried out are in line with the vision and mission of Malahayati. Malahayati University, let's challenge the future.
Aceh merupakan sebuah provinsi di Indonesia yang terletak di ujung utara Pulau Sumatera dan merupakan provinsi paling barat di Indonesia. Dianggap sebagai tempat dimulainya penyebaran Islam di Indonesia dan memainkan peran penting dalam penyebaran Islam di Asia Tenggara, Aceh memiliki persentase penduduk Muslim yang tertinggi dibandingkan dengan wilayah lainnya di Indonesia. Aceh menerapkan sistem syariat Islam. Aceh juga sering disebut sebagai Serambi Mekah karena menerapkan berbagai nilai Islami dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, termasuk dalam pendidikan. Yang mana hal tersebut sejalan dengan salah satu visi Universitas Abulia Tama, yaitu universitas yang Islami. Universitas Abuliatama atau yang sering disingkat menjadi UNAYA merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta di Aceh yang terus berkembang menuju universitas terkemuka di Indonesia. Didirikan oleh Yayasan Abuliatama Aceh dengan tujuan membawa dampak positif dalam usaha pembangunan dan turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa melalui Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Terletak di kawasan bukit dengan lingkungan yang indah dan asri, UNAYA menjadi tempat terbaik bagi mahasiswa untuk belajar. Jauh dari hiruk-pikuk keramaian kota, UNAYA memberikan kenyamanan bagi mahasiswa untuk menimba ilmu. Didukung oleh keramah tamahan pegawai UNAYA dalam memberikan pelayanan administrasi yang baik untuk mahasiswa menjadi prioritas yang selalu diutamakan UNAYA untuk membimbing peserta didik baru maupun mahasiswa dalam mengurus segala administrasi. Universitas Abuliatama adalah universitas yang sangat berkomitmen pada kualitas, pengalaman belajar yang baik, dan kehidupan mahasiswa yang nyaman di kampus. Universitas Abuliatama memiliki reputasi dalam kualitas proses belajar mengajar, prestasi akademik yang tinggi, etika berbasis pendidikan, dan dorongan dari pemikiran mandiri. Kami menjamin memenuhi komitmen tersebut kepada mahasiswa kami dengan memberikan tenaga pengajar yang berkredibilitas tinggi dan mempunyai prestasi.
Visi baru Universitas Abuliatama yang memiliki 3 kata kunci, Islami, unggul, dan global, telah memacu Universitas Abuliatama untuk berbenah secara menyeluruh. Dosen terpenuhi dalam setiap program studi yang ada, dan kita sudah memiliki cukup banyak doktor, bahkan guru besar atau profesor. Universitas Abuliatama juga mulai menyekolahkan program studi S3 pada dosen-dosennya, baik yang disekolahkan melalui program beasiswa kerjasama luar negeri maupun di dalam negeri.
UNAYA mengelola 8 fakultas dengan 25 program studi di dalamnya. Di antaranya Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Perikanan, Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen Ilmu Komputer. Untuk mendorong terwujudnya Research Center yang menjadi pusat penelitian unggulan di Fakultas Hukum dan Fakultas Ekonomi, UNAYA memiliki program studi pasca sarjana seperti Magister Hukum dan Magister Manajemen yang telah ada sejak tahun 2016. UNAYA juga menerima kelas pegawai untuk program studi ilmu keperawatan, agroteknologi, peternakan, ekonomi, pendidikan jasmani, kesehatan dan rekreasi, hukum, dan teknik. Kualitas sarana dan prasarana yang baik terus UNAYA berikan agar tercapainya penunjang pendidikan yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya dapat dengan mudah diakses.
Kita sudah mempergunakan 24 standar kurikulum nasional ditambah dengan 3 standar muatan lokal atau universitas. Fasilitas laboratorium kita juga perbarui, ditingkatkan sesuai dengan kompetensi yang ingin dicapai oleh masing-masing program studi. Untuk bidang kesehatan, bahkan kita sudah mendirikan rumah sakit ya, yang cikal bakal menjadi rumah sakit pendidikan. Rumah sakit ini bekerja sama dengan Pertamina Bina Merdeka, salah satu anak perusahaan Pertamina yang berkecimpung di bidang kesehatan. Kebun lahan percobaan juga kita buat ya, bekerja sama dengan Balai Pertanian dalam pengadaan bibit dan tata cara penanaman yang baik, sehingga dengan diharapkan demikian, lulusan Universitas Abuliatama nantinya terpenuhi terkait dengan standar mutu.
Ciri khas dari pertanian itu sendiri kan harus ada lahan. Oleh karena itu, yayasan sudah memberikan fasilitas lahan ini yang saat ini sudah kita tanami jagung. Selain itu juga bibit yang difasilitasi oleh UNAYA juga merupakan salah satu varietas unggul.
Perpustakaan kita sekarang sudah difasilitasi dengan komputer, Wi-Fi yang bisa diakses langsung oleh mahasiswanya. Untuk minat baca mahasiswanya sudah tergolong bagus. Mereka sering ke perpusnya untuk mencari bahan, membaca, dan perpustakaannya juga udah nyaman.
Fasilitasnya itu sendiri sangat memuaskan. Yang disediakan dari sini itu ada tempat tidur, lemari, dan ada juga kamar mandi biasanya di dalam kamarnya. Kalau misalnya di sini, kami juga pulang malamnya itu dibatasi oleh Bapak. Dimana kalau misalnya kami di atas jam 10, tidak boleh lagi ke asrama, batasnya itu keluar boleh dari sampai jam 10. Setelah itu kalau misalnya bagi yang tidak punya kendaraan, di sini kami biasa bisa jalan untuk ke kampus, lumayan dekat dari sini ke kampus juga.
Lab bahasa ini sendiri pertama sekali kami aktifkan pada tahun 2013 yang dimana sekarang banyak aktivitas yang kami lakukan, yang kami programkan untuk pusat pengembangan bahasa. Kita membuka les TOEFL yang bisa diikuti oleh semua mahasiswa, di mana semua lulusan dari Universitas Abuliyatama itu diharapkan memiliki kompetensi yang baik dalam bahasa Inggris, baik secara lisan maupun tulisan.
Fasilitas di lab Abuliyatama ini terdapat seperti akuarium, bak beton, dan kolam-kolam.
Kalau untuk di lab ini ada beberapa item yang selalu berjalan, seperti pembesaran ikan nila dan ada beberapa ikan hias lainnya.
Kita di sini punya komputer untuk programming dan ada beberapa komputer untuk lab ini. Dengan adanya fasilitas ini, nanti akan memberikan nilai lebih untuk mahasiswa, bukan cuma pelajaran tapi juga praktek. Jadi begitu mereka terjun ke lapangan, terjun ke masyarakat, mereka sudah terbiasa.
Seperti sudah bisa kita lihat, masing-masing baik itu jaksa, hakim, penasihat hukum telah mempunyai atribut yang bisa digunakan untuk praktek. Calon-calon sarjana yang telah kita saksikan sendiri ini telah mempunyai kemahiran yang cukup mumpuni untuk langsung terjun ke bidang hukum baik itu dalam posisi sebagai jaksa, hakim, panitera maupun penasihat hukum.
Beranjak dari visi dan misi universitas, program studi Teknik Mesin Abuliyatama berusaha keras untuk mampu memenuhi kriteria itu. Sehingga di sini kami mengelola SDM yang ada, apakah itu dari tenaga pengajar, tenaga pendidikan, bahkan mahasiswa yang berprestasi, kita cukup rangkul untuk mampu mewujudkan kriteria yang dimaksud itu tadi. Sehingga pemanfaatan fasilitas yang ada di laboratorium teknik mesin ini kita upayakan semaksimal mungkin.
Untuk memacu prestasi dan meningkatkan kualitas generasi penerus bangsa Indonesia yang berilmu dan siap menghadapi era globalisasi, Unaya turut melakukan kerjasama internasional dengan beberapa universitas ternama di luar negeri.
Banyak kerjasama, ya, tetapi yang aktif dalam 1 tahun terakhir ini ada 2 universitas di Malaysia yang aktif melakukan kerjasama melalui Tridharma perguruan tinggi, terutama di bidang penelitian. Kita melakukan joint research, penulisan jurnal ilmiah bersama, kemudian student mobility, dan universitas di Wuhan, Yanghian juga kita lakukan kerjasama.
Unaya memiliki komitmen tinggi untuk memfasilitasi tumbuh kembangnya berbagai aktivitas di bidang kemahasiswaan yang mampu menunjang prestasi akademik maupun non-akademik.
Ada mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang ingin tampil baik di luar kampus maupun dalam, dukungan dari kami sangat besar, dan bahkan dukungan dari kampus selalu mendukung dengan cara membimbing dan memfasilitasi dengan cara memberikan alat-alat, mendanai, sehingga kreativitas mahasiswa dapat berjalan sebagaimana yang semestinya.
Aktivitas mahasiswa di bidang seni, olahraga, dan kelompok-kelompok studi lainnya turut menjadi bagian penting yang diperhatikan.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the place to deliver his keynote speech, Dr. Yogesh Vyusira M. Farm from Institute of Diploma Pharmacy SMBT, India. The keynote speech will be moderated by Mr. Slamet Widodo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yogesh Vyusira M. Farm and Mr. Slamet Widodo.
For Mr. Slamet Widodo, please come forward to open the session.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Yogesh.
Good afternoon, Professor Slamet.
Okay.
And good morning from India.
Okay, good morning. Namaste.
Namaste.
Well, yeah, your video, please. Okay, thank you, Dr. Yogesh, for your time in the second day of our second international conference on public health and medical science. It is the second day for us to conduct this event, and actually you are the keynote speaker on the day. Well, before starting your presentation, actually I want to introduce you to our participants or audience to this conference. Well, he is Dr. Yogesh V. Usir, MPharm PhD from SMBT Institute of Diploma Pharmacy, India. Well, he has experience in principle on the department for 8.3 years. Then for associate professor, a year, assistant professor, 5 years, and medical representative, almost a year, then trainee, almost a year also. Then he has experience on biological evaluation techniques, in vitro anti-inflammatory inhibition of protein denaturation, HRBZ, membrane stabilization and antioxidant activity, DPPH, scavenger nitrous oxide model. Then on antibacterial activity, serial dilution is a deep well method. And for the other research, also he has Scopus author ID. So automatically she has on Scopus, and then Google Research, Orchid author, and also in Web of Science Research. Well, thank you, Dr. Yogesh, and I want to inform you that you have 30 minutes to deliver your presentation. Then will be follow question and answer in 10 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Yogesh.
Yes, thank you, Professor Slamet, for the nice introduction in the today's conference. So before I am going to start, I like to congratulate all the organizing committee for the successfully organizing the conference, second conference, international conference on public health and medical science. So congratulations to all the organization committee and the University of Malahayati. So as a topic, everybody aware about you find on the screen as a cell culture based in vitro anti-cancer screening of anisomyelus species of basics. So it is the topic I particularly choose, the basics. So the researcher who are interested to carry out their work into the cancer, they are very much in the dilemma where to start, how to start, and accordingly, whatever the problem I face at the initial days of the cancer study. So accordingly, I choose this topic. So anisomyelus species, the species is very well known, or the anisomyelus species in India, you find there are 3 species in the anisomyelus genus: Anisomyelus indica, Anisomyelus malabarica, and Anisomyelus hainiana. All these 3 species are very well known within the India, particularly in the Western Ghats of the India. And out of these 3 species, the 2 species, Anisomyelus indica, Anisomyelus malabarica, both have been investigated for anti-cancer screening. As far as talking about the Anisomyelus hainiana, it is not investigated much more for the anti-cancer screening. There are only 2 papers I found regarding the Anisomyelus hainiana, which are tested for the breast cancer cell line and the ovarian cancer cell line. And my area of interest is towards the Anisomylus heniana, it takes place instead of the Anisomylus indica and Anisomylus malabarica. So the plant collection is carried out. While talking about the plant collection of the Anisomylus heniana, the plant is very renowned and it is considered as a pandemic plants, or we say that it is very limited in the specific area. And honestly speaking, while talking about the Anisomylus heniana, I searched this plant after the 7 to 8 years in the region of the Trambakeshwar. It's far away from the SMBT or my native place, 70 kilometers from my native place. Obviously, before to the Anisomylus heniana, from the last 10 to 11 years, I'm working on the Anisomylus indica and Anisomylus malabarica. And this plant is completely new for me. So it is necessary to conduct the certain pharmacognostic study on this plant also while going for the anti-cancer screening or the initial phase of the anti-cancer. And in the flowering stage, the plant is collected in the month of the October, and in the flowering and fruitings are very much in this month, October and the November. It's a good season for the collection of this plant material. Obviously, the help of the botanist is also taken for the identification of this plant material, and that botanist, after giving the authentication, then and then only the further work I started. So as earlier I talked about before going to the anti-cancer study, it is necessary to conduct certain pharmacognostic study onto the Anisomylus heniana. So the transfer section particularly is carried out, the transfer section study is carried out for the Anisomylus heniana. The aerial part collected, and that aerial part includes the leaf, the aerial part include the stem, petiole, and flowering, and some seeds are also included in it. So the transfer section is taken of the leaf, and it shows in the leaf at the right hand side of the presentation, the leaf transfer section you find. Particularly, conduction of the transfer section is for the confirmation of the authenticity of any medicinal plant. It is necessary to go for the transfer section. It is called as your microscopical standardization method. The leaf is nothing but else. It is a dorsiventral leaf. It means it shows the palisades on the adaxial part of the leaf. Rest of the part is in the transfer section observed as a xylem, phloem, then glandular and non-glandular trichomes are also found. Mainly in the transfer section of the leaf, it shows the caryophyllous stomata, and that caryophyllous stomata is the identity for this leaf. We can say that. Similarly, at the right hand side in the presentation at the bottom side, the petioles transfer section also taken. The petiole merely shows the similar to the structure as microscopy of the leaf. Upper collenchyma, lower collenchyma are the common part of your petiole as like to the leaf. Then stem, quadrangular stems one can find when we studied the transfer section of the Anisomylus heniana leaf. That quadrangle is indicate that 4 angles, and that's why it's one of the identity for this plant with the help of the leaf. In the stem transfer section, when stained with the help of fluoroglucinol and the hydrochloric acid, it gives the pink color because of the presence of the lignin, and the lignins are abundant. You find on the slide the pink color is found when it reacted with the fluoroglucinol as a staining reagent. It's the one of the identification test. Is also called as chemomicroscopical test. Apart from this chemomicroscopical test, the rest of the chemomicroscopical tests are also conducted for sharing or for finding out the identity of this plant material. It is called as your chemical standardization method. It is very necessary for the any plant material once is collected to undergo for the pharmacognostic study. Most of the time researchers are just collect the plant material, directly do the extraction and further they carried out the pharmacological study. And that pharmacological study, after going to the pharmacological study, when go for the paper presentation or the publication, they admire that the pharmacognosy is still the part is remained and they get step back. So it's for the any researcher, it's my humble request is that they should go for the pharmacognostic study first of all, and later on the extraction and whatever the process is there for the finding out the metabolomics, which is also called as in India the phytochemical analysis. So chemomicroscopical test of the Anisomylus hainiana leaf and the stem is also carried out. Fluoroglycinol, already we studied that in the rest of the last two slides. It gives the pink color for the vascular bundle, and chemical identification over here is the lignin. Iodine solution was used for finding out the starch in the mesophyll region of the leaf and the below vascular tissue of the stem. The starch is present. Ferric chloride solutions, it shows the bluish black color, which itself indicates that the presence of the phenolic compound, and phenolic compounds are present in the plant material of the leaf palisade cell and in the histological zone of the stem in the beneath primary reeds of the hypodermis of the stem. Lieberman-Burchard's reagent test carried out on the transverse section itself indicates the presence of the steroids in the mesophyll region of the leaf and in the stem between the vascular tissue and the pith. Miller's reagents is the reagent used for the finding out the proteins present inside the plant material transverse section in midrib region and in the pith of the stem. The protein is present which gives the blue color. So all these tests are conducted on the transverse section of the leaf and the stem, and microscopes is used. The microscope which is used for finding out all these chemomicroscopical tests, it's the Olympus microscope, and Magnus Mac Vision software is used for the same. After finding out the microscopical test, even as a microscopy of the leaf and stem, the aerial part of the plant material of Anisomylus hainiana is subjected for the extraction, and the extraction is carried out with the help of the Soxhlet extraction. It is also called as hot extraction method. The semi-solid extract we received, and we also conducted the metabolomics study onto the Anisomylus ethanolic extract. It shows the presence of the phytosterols. Then it also shows the presence of the flavonoid. It also shows the presence of the tannins, and it also shows the presence of the phenolics compounds. And triterpenoid, it's one of the key constitute of the any Labiati family. So all the extract apart from the water extract shows the presence of the triterpenoids. So logic or the rationale was made over here. The plant is rich into the flavonoids, the plant is rich into the phenolic compound, the plant is rich into the phytosterol, then plant is rich into the tannins and the triterpenoids. And after reviewing the certain literature, the conclusion were made over here, the plant may have the anti-cancer activity. So before going to the anti-cancer activity, the simple test like the antioxidant study with the help of the DPPH model is also carried out. Then we also carried out the anti-inflammatory activity. So it is necessary to know before going to the pharmacological activities, it is necessary to know to standardize. In India, it is necessary to standardize any medicinal plant as per the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia. And in Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, the physiochemical analysis is the methods are given. The ash values, total ash values is carried out. Acid insoluble ash values is also carried out. Water soluble ash value is also carried out. sulfated ash value is also carried out for the same. So all these ash values are used, or the significance of this ash value is nothing but else. The whatever the inorganic constitutes or the impurities like phosphate, carbonate, oxalate and the silicates or potassium, sodium, magnesium, calcium, such inorganic elements are present inside the ash or inside the plant material. One can be identified it. No doubt is that all these are the inorganic elements and they have their own values or their own pharmacological activities also. But it's not an area of interest for me while studying the Anisomylus heniana. The ash value itself conducted, all these 4 ash value, it's conducted for finding out the impurities which is present into your plant material. It is one of the quantitative standardization parameter as per the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India. Apart from that, extractive values are also carried out, and in extractive values, the alcohol soluble extractive values, water soluble extractive value, fixed oil content, that is the ether soluble extractive values are also carried out. Water soluble extractive value, we found it is used. The reason behind that, whatever the phenolic compounds are present in the plant, the carbohydrate which is present in the plant, or chlorophyll pigments which is present, that are more into your water as a solvent. So we find that the water soluble extractive value is more. Foreign organic material is also carried out. Then loss of drying, water insoluble matter, volatile oil in the drug with the help of the Clavinger's apparatus is also carried out. All this standardization parameter, it is also called as physical standardization parameter. So once again, I am repeating the same thing. Before going to the pharmacological activity, it is necessary to carry out the standardization parameter, that is a microscopical standardization. Then chemomicroscopical, that is also called as chemical standardization parameter, and the physical parameter. These are the standardization parameter nowadays, which is particularly expected within the India while going for the before going for the your pharmacological activity. So with the help of it, we also published the one paper, and that publication is within the India, which is a UGC listed journal, which is a 55 years old journal. And that paper is also appreciated our work. And after getting the confidence about the medicinal plant, which is having these certain kind of the phytoconstituents, certain kinds of the, we say that the chemicals, we make the rational, the plant may have these further pharmacological actions. So antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, as I particularly before stated that activity is carried out. And our rationale we made for the anti-cancer activity. So anti-cancer activity, particularly while we start, laboratory method very popular within the India. No doubt it is outdated in the various country, but till in the India, while studying the anti-cancer activity, it is necessary, the basic, it is necessary to perform the brain stream lethality assay. One could not go further before, after, or we could not bypass this brain stream lethality assay. It is a laboratory method. The hatching of the brain stream is carried out, and at the dose of the 300 microgram per ml of Anisomylus heniana ethanolic extract, the cytotoxicity we found, 10% cytotoxicity we found. So brain stream lethality assay, also there is a various drama is going on, or the various debate is going on. This method is for cytoprotectivity or the cytotoxicity, but particularly in my research work or in our research work, we consider it for the cytotoxicity study, which is we found at 300 microgram per ml. Then we also carried out MTT assay. So it's a very popular method to find out the cell viability of the any extract. So MTT assay is used to measure the cellular metabolic activity as an indicator of the cell viability, proliferation, and the cytotoxicity. The MTT assay is a colorimetric assay as usual for assessing the cell metabolic activity. NADH dependent cellular oxidoreductase enzyme may, under the defined condition, reflect the number of the viable cells which are present. So 2 cell lines are taken, which one is you find over here. So First one we have taken is nothing but else. It's just a minute. Yes, here. So anisomylous Heniana ethanolic cell viability against the AACAT, that's nothing but else we say that's a skin cell line, and at the dose at the highest concentration 500 microgram per ml, more than 80% of the cells are viable, and we consider 500 microgram per ml it's a safe dose for the normal cell viability. So the logic we made further after performing this study is that the cells are viable or the cells are safe dose is nothing but else is the 500 microgram per ml of the anisomylous Heniana ethanolic extract. We also carried out the cell viability against the raw 264 macrophages cell lines, and at the dose 125 microgram per ml, we found the significant 84.18% of the raw 264.7, that is the macrophages cells are the viable over here. This logic we made, or the rationale for the further study we made after getting this result, that 124 microgram per ml dose it is a safe dose for carried out the immunological study. The immunological study we are planned further with the reference of this basic study as the upward or the downward protein analysis. So whatever the interleukins are there, so interleukins are interleukin alpha or the interleukin beta is there, or the cytokinins are there, we can immunological study we can carry it out with the help of this result. So next, MTP assays, we made the conclusion with the help of MTP assay is that anisomylous Heniana ethanolic extract, that is the HACAT cells, that is the immortal keratinoid cells lines from the adult human skin show the significant higher cell viability than the immune macrophages cell. So the further study we can producted, or the further study we plan over here, the study we plan onto the cancer cells, various cancer cells we are identified, and that's cancer cells nowadays we are in the process to carry out the cells or the study on the cancer cell. It is very necessary for any researcher who are new into the cancer study. They have to perform the random cancer study on the various cell lines. We could not make the rationale that this, if the plant is consists of flavonoid or the phytosterol, it may have the effect onto the kidney cell lines, or it may have this or it may have the effect onto the ovarian cancer cell lines. It is necessary to randomly carry out the 8 to 9 cell lines we have to identify and conduct the study. This study is under process. So we got the very good result in the breast cell line. We also get the very good result into the melanoma cell line nowadays. We could not found any significant effect of the anisomylous Heniana ethanolic extract onto the kidney cell lines, which is the 786, which is the 01. Ishikawa cell lines is the result we got, the very good result for the Ishikawa cell lines, which is the endometrial cell lines. Okay, so this presentation is particularly for the people who are working in the cancers, and that cancers of the any plant material, the standardization is necessary, and standardization, before going for the standardization, the basic 3 models anybody can be performed, which are the viability we have to check, we have to check the proliferation, we have to check before going to the immunological study, we also have to check the whatever the cell lines of the macrophages are there. So we are very thankful, the authors from the particularly my sides are very thankful to the Dr. Sudarshan Singh, which is a research associate, is Chiang Mai University, Thailand, who helped me for conducting the MTP assay. I am very thankful to the one of my students, which is the Deepak Thorat. It's the second year student of my premises in the SMT Institute of Pharmacy. I'm also thankful to the Jyoti Kode ma'am, which is a research director at the Attract Mumbai. Whatever the 10 cell line study is there, cell lines you find, that study is particularly is carried out, or we are going to carry it out, or is in the process at the Attract Mumbai. So thank you from my side. I'm very thankful to the organizer who gave me the opportunity for working or to present my initial or the basic research work over here. I'm very thankful to the Professor Slamet. I'm very thankful to the Professor Dui Merliana Suyikri, who give me the update time to time with regard to this conference. And I'm also requesting to the Professor Slamet and the Professor Dui Merlinia, if all the conditions of the pandemic is under control in your area or in your country, please try to visit our SMBT campus also. We have to do the lot of work with this regards also. And from the last 1 year, we are under the collaboration work also. So physically, we have to meet together. So you are most welcome into the SMBT campus also. So with this much, I conclude my speech. If anybody have any problem or any questions in relation to my study, please ask. Try to ask me the simple questions which is answerable from my side at the initial stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yogesh. Sure, after pandemic control, we are going to try to visit SMBT. Hopefully, next year we can plan for this visit.
Yes.
Okay. We will give the time for our audience to deliver the question for Dr. Yogesh. Hello, my beloved audience. Is there any audience who want to give question? Raise your hand, maybe. Okay. Okay. Our student from medical doctor, Dr. Yogesh. Hafiz, come on. Hafiz, you may deliver your question to Dr. Yogesh.
Okay, thank you, moderator. So I want to ask about usually in medical therapy we use chemotherapy, but unfortunately you offer the method can be used in cancer therapy by using anisomless SPP. Could you explain, is there any difference both of them, or which one is giving more benefit? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Hafiz. The question is we say that the very blooming questions. Most of the time, the people, while we're talking about the cancer, they ask about the chemotherapy, and there is a hope from the natural product or the medicinal plants. There must be any solution from the natural product or from the phytoconstitute particularly. Actually, the Professor Hafiz sir, the chemotherapy is conducted on the second stage or on the third stage of any type of the cancer. And if we look at into the natural product or the medicinal plants, they are considered as a prophylactic purpose or the precautionary purpose or on the first stage of the cancer. So we could not replace the chemotherapy where the various types of the chemicals which are used with the help of the medicinal plants. But we can say that if we isolate any phytoconstitute, any chemical from the Anisomylus heniana, and that phytoconstitute may be used in the further for the replacement of the chemotherapy, what are the synthetic drugs are used in such a chemotherapy. Maybe this explanation is up to the mark, Professor Hafiz sir?
Yeah, actually, it is the beneficial information from you to Dr. Hafiz. And actually, we know that chemotherapy has many side effects, but by giving this solution in your slide, offering about any Samilus species, hopefully it can be one of solution in solving the cancer problem. Well, probably there are some students or participants want to give question or respond to Dr. Yogesh. Okay. Hello? Hello, participants? And in the end of this program, actually, we want to give appreciation to the best participants who is active in delivering and giving a question or respond to our keynotes. Hello, the participants. You may raise your hand. Okay, well, Dr. Yogesh, actually talking about natural product, we know that in India and also in Indonesia, maybe in Asia, mostly we have a lot of species in natural product. But we still have problem in international or maybe in the international standard of natural product itself. So how do you think of how to make a good standard? I mean, when the natural product is accepted in Indonesia, probably will be accepted in India and also to the other country. How do you think about this idea, Dr. Yogesh?
Yes. You means the acceptance of the natural products throughout the world. Yes, yes. So it is from the last 6 to 7 years, or we say that over the decade, in the India, particularly very boom-looming or the very hot topic is that standardization of the natural product. So in the natural product, particularly within the India, are classified into the 3 categories particularly. One is the Ayurvedic, another is the natural, or which is called as herbal, and the third one is the semi-synthetic one. So they categorize these 3 categories. One is, once again I am repeating, Ayurvedic, second one herbal, and the third one is the semi-synthetic. So Ayurvedic natural product or Ayurvedic product, they strictly say that it is standardized as per the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia of India. And in Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia of India, they give the various standardization process. And that standardization process are very well accepted in the Europe countries also nowadays. Regarding the herbal formulations or the herbal products, there is a quite debate is going on within the India and throughout the world also. So there is not a single or there is not a bunch of the standardization parameter. Okay, so we can use the standardization parameter of the modern technological standardization parameter nowadays. For example, for standardization of the any herbal plant material, if it contain their active constituents, take the simple example of the Glycyrrhiza glabra, which is also called as licorice. And that licorice herbal product, one can be standardized with the help of the HPLC, how much percentage of the glycyrrhizic acid is present in it. And with that result, one can be export, one can be sell out that product in the European country. That is very much accepted nowadays. And regarding the semi-synthetic drugs, there are the certain parameters are available, like the high performance thin layer chromatography, UV spectrophotometry. Then we say that the HPLC, such instrumental techniques are also available for semi-synthetic products. But for the herbal product, we have to adopt, we have to accept whatever the standardization parameter which are we use for the synthetic drug. Like the instrumental techniques, we have to adopt it, and with the help of that, one can be export or one can be sell that product rest of the countries.
Yeah, actually that's the challenge maybe for the future. Okay, I think that's all our session, Dr. Yogesh. Thank you very much for your time, and hopefully you still stay on your screen because there will be a ceremonial gift, and the ceremonial gift will be given by Dr. Desi Hermawan, your keynote speaker on your 4th ICTM.
Oh my God. So the professor,
Okay.
you also welcome to for fourth ICTM, Professor Slamet and Professor Dewey, along with
Okay.
my
I will
keynote
bring
speaker.
them to SMBT hopefully. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all our
There's a
session.
photograph.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoges. Send my best regards to our friends in SMBT. Good morning. Good afternoon, maybe.
Yes,
Namaste.
now it's good morning, good afternoon.
Okay. Namaste, Dr. Yoges.
Namaste. गेला गेला इथनं घ्या इथं द्या आल्या दोघी.
Thank you for Dr. Yogesh Fiusir and Farm for the keynote speech and Mr. Slamet Widodo as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to stay on your screen because we would like to present this ceremonial gift to you for sharing your expertise in the session. And to present this ceremonial gift, kindly we invited the Dean of Faculty of Medicine of University of Malahayati, Dr. Tony Prasetya, SPPD, Finasim. Sorry. Sorry, I mean the head of Malahayati Research Centers, Dr. Desi Hermawan ICOPHMEDS. And now we will hold the photo session. The keynote speakers, moderator, the head of Malahayati Research Centers, as well as participants are welcome to take a position. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be seated.
Channel 1. Oke ya. Channel 2.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to the place to deliver his keynote speech, Mrs. Dwi Marlina, PhD from Medical Faculty, University of Malahayati, Indonesia. The keynote speech will be moderated by Mr. Slamet Widodo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Dwi Marlina, PhD, and Mr. Slamet Widodo.
Okay, thank you. Well, Assalamualaikum, Miss Dwi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon. Okay, the participants, all the participants, and ladies and gentlemen, actually, we come to the last session for our international conference on public health and medical science. We have the special keynote today. In the first keynote speaker from University of Malahayati, and in the last keynote speaker also in the second day from University of Malahayati. Welcome to Dr. Marlina Dwi. Thank you for your time for this conference. And actually, before we come to your presentation, it's better for me to introduce you to all our participants and the audience. She is our lecturer in medical doctor program, in medical doctor study program, and she has graduated from Songkla, the Prince Songkla University, Thailand, from for her PhD. Then she has many research on local, national, or international indexation. And now she is active as one of medical doctor lecturer in University of Malahayati. So by giving and sharing her research about antibacterial coat surgical cultural by ex situ deposition of silver nanoparticle synthesized with eucalyptus camaldulensis eradicates infections. Hopefully this information will help us to give new insight of our understanding on that topic. Well, Ms. Dwi, before presentation, I want to inform you that you will have 30 minutes for your presentation. Then we give the chance for our audience to give question in question and answer session for 10 minutes. Thank you, Ms. Dwi.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Slamet, for your very wonderful introduction for me. First of all, I would like to thank the Malahayati University for inviting me as a speaker in this event. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Okay, now, as you can see on the screen, now I'm going to share my research on antibacterial coated surgical sutures. So in this study, I coated sutures. I'm pretty sure that all of you already know about surgical sutures. In here, I coat sutures using 7 nanoparticle that synthesized with plant extract, which is Eucalyptus camaldulensis. Eucalyptus camaldulensis in Indonesia we know as daun kayu putih. Kayu putih. It is very famous in Indonesia. Okay, next please. Next please. I cannot use this mouse. Yes, next please. All right. So when we talk about the bacteria, one of microorganism, this is related with the antibiotic resistance. Nowadays, yeah, it is a big issue in the world. Like according to Center for Disease Control, America, they report that more than 2 million illness and also more than 20,000 of death per year, are caused by antibiotic resistance. So it means that it's quite serious issue, right? So why my research concern to find an alternative way to handle this issue. Okay, next please. Actually, there are several factors. Yeah, there are several factors can cause this issue, including overprescribing of antibiotic. I think all of you also know exactly, particularly in developing country, like Indonesia now. Yeah, even when I stayed in Thailand, it's the same situation also. It's easy for us to buy any antibiotic in any pharmacy, right? So this is one factor can cause antibiotic resistance. And another factor is patient not finishing their treatment. It's very common issue also. For example, when doctor prescribe any antibiotic, doctor said you have to finish this antibiotic for 5 days and then 3 times per day. But normally patient wouldn't do that. When they feel today feel better, they will stop that treatment. So this is one factor also to increase the number of antibiotic resistant. And another factor is overuse of antibiotic in livestock and fish farming. And then poor infection control in hospital and clinics. And then lacking of hygiene and poor sanitation. And another factor is lack of new antibiotics being developed. So these several factors, we have to pay attention for this one. Okay, next please. Okay, on my topic, I mentioned about surgical sutures, right? So this one, I try to solve the problem about the bacterial infection. Because when a doctor do surgery, it means that the doctor do incision, right? Do incision. And after incision, it can cause surgical site infection. Surgical site infection is an infection that occurs after surgery. Yeah, next please. And surgical site infection, it can increase the number of morbidity and mortality. And it potential pain management complication, and also it can increase the use of antibiotic and other medication. Next, please. Yeah. Patient with surgical site infection, according to previous studies, 5 times more likely to be readmitted in the hospital, and also hospitalized for additional days, 7 to 11 days. And then 2 times less likely to die. It's quite scary, right? Okay, next please. Okay, so when we talk about the side effect or incision, because incision can produce wound, right? And if some area in a human body there is a wound, means that pathogen will come or bacteria will come. It's already, I can guarantee 100%. Yeah, the number, the pathogen means that bacteria can cause many kind of disease. Yeah, the most pathogen that present in the wound, including, you can see from the chart, Staphylococcus aureus. This is around 50.72%, and then followed with E. coli, 17%, and then followed with Pseudomonas aeruginosa, 10%, and then Ebamanii and Klebsiella pneumoniae. So this is the common bacteria that present in the wound. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is an alternative way that I use in my research. Yeah. I use silver nanoparticle, I mentioned already, but in here I want to introduce first about silver nitrate. It's already more than 100 years ago, people already use silver as a treatment to treat any kind of wound. Yeah, even also in my slide you can see in the 17th and 18th centuries, silver nitrate was already used for ulcer treatment. And in 1960, it was introduced also for the management of burn. So it means all people actually know about silver. But do you know, silver is a big size of particle. So in my research, I tried to change the size of silver from the big size become nano size. What the function of nano size? This is nanotechnology. Yeah. So when we try become to nano, it means that to make easy for this agent or this molecule to penetrate, yeah, inside to the cells. Because for treatment of bacteria, we do not only, break the surface of the bacteria, but we try to lyse until inside of the cell. Okay, next please. Yeah, this is nanoparticles. This is nanotechnology. So this is very famous, yeah, nowadays about nanoparticle. Actually, there are several protocol or methodology to synthesize of nanoparticle, including mechanical, chemical, and green. But why I give the red mark on there? Since for mechanical and chemical, it is, consumptive, and also it's not eco-friendly, and it is very difficult to scale up. And the most important one, it's the high of toxicity level, it's very high. But for green synthesis, this one, we can use microorganism, or also we can use plant. So in my research, I choose plant. Yeah, I choose plants. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, this is the best plant. Yeah, in my research, I use eucalyptus. The reason why I choose eucalyptus, since this plant is very plenty in the world. Yeah, even in Lampung. Now we are in Lampung. Yeah, we have 2 species for this plant. This is family of Myrtaceae. Yeah. And this plant, normally, I already mentioned, yeah, this is kayu putih in Lampung, in Indonesia. The majority compound in this plant is 1,8-cineol. Yeah, this is normally is produced as essential oil. And for this plant, for this research, I choose the leaf part, and I just make them become a crude extract. Yeah? From crude extract, we can get some bioactive compound, including saponin, totylphenolic, tannin, flavonoid, and amphiphilic compounds like acylfluoroglycinol. This is the point of from this plant, even just only crude extract, not pure compound, not pure compound, we can get total phenolic and flavonoid. Those two compounds, we can use them as an reduction agent and capping agent that has function to reduce silver nitrate with the positive ion charge of silver. I think all of you already know also, Ag, silver with the positive charge, become silver neutral. It means that no charge, no any charge. Okay, next please. Yes, this is the how the extraction process for eucalyptus. Yeah, this is like just a normal process. I grind the leaf. Before I grind them, I have to remove any moisture from the leaf, and then you can see from the screen the leaf become around 80 mess, so it become powder, the green powder, and then I mix with water only, then expose some heating around 85 degrees, and then filter them to get the filtrate. And then the important process also in this process is freeze dry. For freeze dry, it is quite good process, because normally we use evaporator, right, to evaporate any kind of solvent. But in here, I use freeze dry, so it means that all moisture already removed. So we can get the result, the produce of extract. It's very light. Yeah, the last one, the brown one. Okay, next please. Next please. Yes, next. Okay. So this is the process how to synthesize silver nanoparticle. In this process, I mix for silver nitrate, silver nitrate, and the extract, the crude extract. We just combine, then we dissolve, we dissolve in DI water, the ionized water, So after you mix them, we can get the solution, the color brownish color, but little bit light, light brownish. It is like a first signal that nanoparticle already formed, silver nanoparticle already formed. But it is not enough, we have to characterize them, right? We have to characterize them, since that we can claim that nanoparticles, silver nanoparticle already formed. Next, please. Okay, so this is some characterization that I did for my research. First one, I checked with a spectrophotometer. Because silver nanoparticle, particularly silver, because actually there are some nanoparticle, like aurum, this is gold nanoparticle, but for me, I choose silver. In here, if we check with spectrophotometer and we get the wavelength between 410 to 420 nanometer, it means that it is silver nanoparticle. And another one, I have to check the size of particle. We can claim that it's already nano, already nano, mean that we have to check it must be less than 100 nanometer. If it's still more than 100, it means it's not nano. It is not nano. So for this, we can check using TEM, transmission electron microscope. You can see in the, on the screen in the right side. You can see every particle is not more than 100. The biggest one only 26.94 nanometer. Okay, next please. Okay. So according to my title, because the objective of my study is to eradicate infection of bacteria. So it means I have to check the concentration of inhibition and also concentrations of bactericidal. Yeah, in microbiology, because I'm microbiologist, we check with minimum inhibition concentration and minimum bactericidal concentration. So I check the concentration also, not only like a clear zone or diffusion method, not that one. So it means in here we can know exactly in which concentration that this agent can inhibit and also can kill the bug. Yeah, you can see I use the most common bacteria that present in the wound: Ebomania, E. coli, Klebsiella, Pseudomonas, Staphylococcus. Yeah. Then in here, between my agents, which is silver nanoparticle, and also I compare with the antibiotic. You can see the unit, I use the same unit, which is microgram per mil. Yeah, for silver, for example, Ebomanii, I got the concentration for MIC 15. For antibiotic, I got 1. Yeah. It is very, even, you know, if you see like, oh, it's completely significantly different, totally different between 1 to 15, right? But for another agent, it's not antibiotic, it's very awesome result. Yeah. Okay. Next, please. So this is the point, because my research to produce one product, one product which is a coated surgical sutures. So this is surgical sutures. I think you already know, yeah. In the hospital, we can find this surgical sutures are medical device that used in surgical process. Okay, next, please. The function to close any wound, edge of wound. You know? So the sutures, once implanted, it will become a terrain of choice for microbial activity. Yeah? And bacterial infection is one of the major complications in surgery through incision and may lead to a delay in healing. So why, at the beginning, I mentioned, right, that with surgery, it can cause surgical site infection, right? And it will delay any healing. Right. Okay, next, please. So this is sutures type. Sutures have 2 types, absorbable and non-absorbable. Why I put this information, I want to let you know also. Actually, for surgical sutures, there are 2 types sutures, absorbable and non-absorbable. For absorbable one means that this material of sutures can be absorbed, yeah, with the enzyme of tissue. Yeah, but for non-absorbable, mean the opposite from absorbable, means that cannot be absorbed. Yeah, but both of them, they have this 2 type of sutures, which is braided and monofilament. Do you know braided, right? Braided. So if braided means multifilament, so it means there is space between one filament to other filament. Yeah? If there is space in there, it means that the possibility or the probability for water to get inside to the suture is very big chance. Yeah, very big chance. And it can cause microorganism, particularly bacterial, will colonize on it. Yeah, that one. And the difference between absorbable and non-absorbable, for absorbable, we don't need to take it out. We don't need to take the sutures out from the human body. But for non-absorbable, we have to remove, we have to take sutures out, right? Okay, next, please. Yeah, actually, surgical sutures that incorporating antimicrobial agent is already plenty in the market. Yeah, it's already available in the market. Normally, they combine or they incorporate sutures with tetracycline, cefotaxime, chlorhexidine, and triclosan. But, as I mentioned at the beginning, that nowadays, antibiotic resistance is a big issue in medical field. Yeah, tetracycline already resistant. They are not susceptible again with those antibiotics. And also for chlorhexidine and triclosan, the latest study, they reported that sutures incorporated with triclosan, it can cause cancer. So why? This is why so many studies try to find an alternative way to solve this problem. Okay, next please. Next please. Next please. Okay. So this is the processing of coating. I call it with ex situ immersion, because actually in my research I do in situ and ex situ, and different material of sutures for non-absorbable one. For this that I presenting now to you, this one ex situ one, and the material of sutures I use silk, yeah, not nylon, silk, the braided one. This one I just immerse, we just immerse the sutures for overnight, yeah, in the silver nanoparticle solution. Next, please. Okay. After I immerse, then I dry them, then I have to characterize. If I don't characterize them, how do I claim that my product already coated with silver nanoparticle, right? So the characterization process that I did, including the presence of silver nanoparticle on the sutures, yeah, the distribution, the roughness, and then also the tensile strength. Next, please. Okay, so this is how the look like sutures. I compare. You can see from on the top it's uncoated, and at the bottom is coated one. Yeah, this one I observe under SEM, scanning electron microscope with the magnification more than 1000. Yeah, so we can see very clear. For at the bottom one, you can see for DEF, you can see like so many, how to say, so many thing on the top, right? It is like a bubble, like a bubble. This is the coated one. So it means we can claim silver nanoparticle already there. So for A and D, you can see this is the braided one. Yeah, you can see from the morphology, this is the braided one. Okay, next please. The next characterization that we did, EDX, yeah, this is energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy, yeah, spectroscopy. In here, we can claim silver already present on the sutures. Yeah, you can see the red color, it is the carbon, yeah. For the green one, it's oxygen. For blue one, it's sulfur, and then silver, and then the yellow one is chlorine, Cl, yeah, and then the last one, the purple one, it's silver. And if you see in the left side, yeah, a lot of purple color, right, on the surface of sutures. Okay, also with this characterization with EDX, we can see from the peak, there are some peak, right, and silver in there. Okay, next please. Here, atomic force microscope. Yeah, for atomic force microscope means that we check the roughness. We check the roughness of the sutures after coating. It's quite fabulous, right? If you compare A1, it's uncoated. But for B1, it's coated. But why? For coated one, it's more smooth, the roughness. Yeah, it's quite amazing, Even, for example, when I did this one, for the first time, I didn't believe also why the coated one is smoother than uncoated one. But this is the fact. So it means it's good to reduce any infection. Next, please. And the last, I checked the tensile strength also. It's quite important also because we don't know after we coat it, maybe we'll reduce the tensile strength. But you can see from the elongation at break, you can see for coated one, we got 13%. And for uncoated one, we got only 8%. So it means that this one, for coated one, is longer with uncoated. After we expose with some stretching, we stretch the sutures. The process of this experiment, we stretch the sutures, and then we got that result. So it means, how to say, the coated one can be elongated compared with the uncoated one. Next, please. Okay, now this is the antibacterial efficacy. Yeah. As I mentioned also, for solution, I used the same bulk, the same bacteria for Staphylococcus, E. coli, Pseudomonas, Klebsiella, yeah, and then Ebomanii, and we got a good result. For A1, A figure, you can see no bugs killed, even after 24 hours. I will give the reason for you. But for B, C, D, and E, this is E. coli, Pseudomonas, Klebsiella, yeah, they kill. They already died. Yeah, for E. coli, for example, the B1, after 12 hours, for this one, I do time kill experiment, yeah, bug or bacteria died. And for Pseudomonas, after 3 hours, bacteria died. Also for Ebomanii, 6 hours. Yeah? So it means it's very effective in gram-negative bacteria. But for A1, this is Staphylococcus aureus, it is the gram-positive bacteria. It means it's not effective, right? In bacteria gram-positive. But we have the reason for that one. Why it's not, not like effective one? Since gram-positive, they have, as we know, yeah, they have a very thick peptidoglycan, right? So it means it's quite hard for this agent, for even nanoparticle, to penetrate until inside of the cell. So it means they just lyse or break the cell wall of bacteria. Okay, so if you can see the line, yeah, the line on the top it is uncoated and at the bottom is coated one. The differences is very significant. Yeah, I analyzed. This is using ANOVA, yeah, ANOVA, and the p-value is less than 0.05. So this is very, very significant difference. Okay, next please. Next please. Okay. After I got a good result that this is effective as antibacterial agent, so actually I can claim, but I have to do another test, which is stability test. I think it's very important for any kind of product. Yeah, because for this one, it means that we have storaging process, right? Like in a hospital, before a doctor or clinician use the surgical sutures, they have to keep first, right? Because not many people will do surgery, right? So for this one, I did the, sorry, please come back to the previous slide, please. Sorry, previous slide, please. Yes. Yes, one, yeah. I kept for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 8 and 12 weeks. Then I observed the antibacterial activity also. Yeah, for this one, yeah, for this one, you can see the clear one, yeah, the blank box, the blank bar, yeah, bar is uncoated, and the black bar is coated one. Yeah. In here you can see for D, this one, sorry, I put the wrong alphabet here. For D, this is Staphylococcus. For E, this is E. coli. You can see for E. coli, yeah, the log of colony forming unit, yeah, for E. coli, they are in 2, right, for CFU per mil. So it means bug already died. Bacteria already died. But for Staphylo, they are still in the 4 for CFU per mil, for the log, yeah. So it means they're still alive. But I already explained, right, the reason why. Because they have very thick peptidoglycan. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So this is the adherence assay. So I check biofilm test, yeah. Checking the biofilm means that I try to attach the bacteria on the sutures. Yeah, for A and B, this is Staphylococcus aureus. So in here, you can see the difference between A. A is uncoated, B coated one. Yeah, you can see there. So very rarely bug, right, in the B1. But for A1, it's quite plenty bug, the circle one, yeah. And also for C and D, this is E. coli. You can see, right, for student who take microbiology unit, yeah. For E. coli, this is like a basil, yeah. C uncoated and D for coated one. You can counting also only maybe only not more than 20 bug, but in C1 it's a lot. Yeah. Okay, so it means that it works, right? This agent, it's work. Okay, next please. Okay, for this 7 nanoparticle release, because we expose, yeah, actually this one is part of characterization. Yeah, I put in the wrong page, yeah, sorry. For this one, because sutures is exposed, for example, on the skin, so it means that we have to predict also how many silver that release, yeah, that release from the sutures, yeah. In human body, the huge number of solution in human body is the same with normal saline. So I replace that situation. So like I do mimicking, you know, mimicking. So I use normal salines, then I immerse the sutures. So after immersion time for 1 day, 3, 5, 7, you can see the concentration of 7 nanoparticle that release. Yeah, okay, next please. No, that one please. This, okay, so this is the mechanism. After we know in laboratory this is effective, but we have to know how this agent can kill the bug. This is the mechanism of the 7 nanoparticle on bacteria. Yeah, first they will anchor, they will attach, yeah, on the cell wall. After they attach, they will be accumulate, yeah, on the cell wall, and after that they will bind any enzyme. Yeah, and also if you know, yeah, on the surface of bacteria, on the cell wall, it's plenty protein, right? Lot of protein. For protein, we know they have thiol group, SH minus, charged with minus, and silver they have charged positive charge, minus or negative charge. Yes, so negative charge and positive charge. So it means positive and negative, they will bind, right? They will bind, then after they bind each other, they will lyse the cell wall. So this is the mechanism how this agent can kill many bacteria. Okay, next please. Next please. Okay, so this is I think the last slide that I will explain to you. This is cytotoxicity test. It's quite similar with Dr. Yoge's research, yeah. And also he said Dr. Sudarshan Singh helped him to do this. Yeah, Mr. Slamet, yeah. This one we use MTT assay, and I think also he used the same cell with me, high-cat keratinocyte cell. This cell is a skin cell, yeah, skin cell. For this one, we will check the viability cell. After exposed with the silver nanoparticle, it means tested, yeah, and then control. It means without any treatment, without any test. For this one, we check, you can see, yeah, for media or uncoated, yeah, and then coated with first 3, 5, 7 days, yeah. The viability cell still more than 80% for 1, 3, 5, 7 days. So it means that according to standard, yeah, more than 80% is still allowed. Yeah, it means that the level of toxicity is still good. Okay, thank you so much. And now, please, any question? Thank you so much, Mr. Slamet.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dwi, for your nice sharing and having presentation for this session. Actually, we talk about eradication of infection, and you use the eucalyptus. So, why you didn't use another substance? I mean, when we talk about the skin, it's like aloe vera, maybe. Is there any kind of idea the first time, or maybe you have choose this eucalyptus is better this with the others? Okay, how do you think of the what I mean the how big eucalyptus in having eradications of infection?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Slamet. This is very wonderful question, yeah. Okay, for this one, the reason why I choose eucalyptus as a reduction agent, yeah, because I synthesize silver nitrate become silver nanoparticle.
I see.
So I choose eucalyptus because, you know, this plant is very plenty in the world. Even in Lampung, we have 2 species.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, the reason why I choose, normally for this plant, the wood part, it is the raw material of paper industry.
I see.
But in some country, they just throw away the leaf. But in Indonesia, no, not actually. They use this plant, this leaf part particularly for essential oil. Like we have kayu putih oil,
yes,
right?
Essential oil, yes.
But so why? I tried to, you know, like to find another benefit because in Thailand, they just throw away the leaf. They just use the wood part only. And I think we, you know, like we have to make innovation, right? So for the leaf part, not only for essential oil, but we can
the plant, the wood,
find another product for that one. And in leaf, as I mentioned, also I already checked also using LCMS, yeah, the bioactive compound in the leaf, they have a lot of flavonoid, total phenol, and this is the key of synthesis process. Yeah, to reduce, I already explained, to reduce silver ion, this is positive charge, become silver neutral, no charge.
Okay, thank you. So we still wait for our participants. Hello, the participants. If you have questions or maybe response to Mrs. Dwi related to her presentation, raise your hand, please.
Yes, please, any question for student, particularly student of Malahayati University, right, Mr. Slamet?
Yes, of course. We have many students joining this program, this event, and hopefully they are active on this conference, because I'm sure that this topic is really useful for them. Hello? Hello, students? No? Okay, if there is no question, I think that's all for these sessions. Hopefully this session will give our insight to this the beneficial of eucalyptus in for the other research for Malahayati University. Thank you for Ms. Dwi Marlina for your sharing and caring. And we will come to the next session, that's ceremonial gift. Like committee said, that we are still here to have your physical ceremonial gift. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you for Mrs. Dwi Marlina PhD for the keynote speech and Mr. Slamet Widodo as moderator. And we would like to ask you to stay on your screen because we would like to present the ceremonial gift to you for sharing your expertise in the session. And to present the ceremonial gift, kindly be invited Dr. Sri Maria Puji Lestari, MPDK. And now, we will hold a photo session to keynote speakers, moderator, Head of Medical Study Program, University of Malahayati, as well as participants are welcome to take position. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be seated.
Okay.
Saya punya MC hidupin. Cek. Oke, cek, cek, cek, cek, cek, cek, cek, cek, cek, cek, cek satu, cek, cek, cek.
We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to have closing ceremony. Before attending to the agenda, there will be the announcement for the best oral presentation and the best paper presentation. Please welcome Mr. Junizar Jamaluddin, ICOPHMEDS MS, as the head of committee of the Second International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science, ICOPHMEDS 2022. And now we will hold a photo session. The keynote speaker, moderator, as well as participants are welcome to take a position. Thank you, Mr. Junizar Jamaluddin, ICOPHMEDS MS, for the announcing the best oral presentation and the best paper presentation. And congratulations for Safana binti Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Abi Azid, and Fitra Gali Nonasri, and on their achievement.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last agenda of the Second International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science, ICOPHMED 2022. Closing ceremony. Now we will close the conference. I would like to now call upon the head of Malahayati Research and Community Service Center, Dr. Erna Listianingsih, PhD, to present us with the closing speech and ceremony.
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of University of Malahayati, Dr. Ahmad Farid, Dr. Magister Management, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Medicine, University of Malahayati, Dr. Tony Prasetya Pinasim, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Public Health of University of Malahayati, Mrs. Rianti Magister Kes, the Honorable all keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Taruna Ikrar from Faculty of Medicine of University of Malahayati, Indonesia, Dr. Nirmal Sunil Asokarao from Trust Group of Institution Maharashtra, India, Dr. Ekasit Kumar Sid from Prince Songkla University, Thailand, Professor Dr. Irwandi Jaspir from International Islamic University Malaysia, Lorraine Ibias Turiano, PhD from College of Health Science from Philippines, Assistant Professor Dr. Guler Inci Tandikulu from Amasya University Turkey, Dr. Yuges V. Yusir from Institute of Diploma Pharmacy SMBT India, and the last one, Dr. Bimarina from Faculty of Medicine of University of Malahayati, Indonesia. The Honorable Parallel Presenters, the Honorable the Head of Committee, the Honorable Organizing Committee members, and all distinguished guests, participants of the Second International Conference on Public Health and Medicine Science 2022. I believe that during these 2 days, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion in the Second International Conference on Public Health and Medicine Science 2022, with the theme is the natural product discovery and development. We have learned a lot from the keynote session delivered by the amazing keynote speakers. Conference session was delivered by very interactive conference instructors and many invited speakers who have shared their interesting work. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you for delivering such important material so that all of us can deepen our knowledge about design research. Furthermore, I would like to thank all presenters and participants who have joined this conference from all over the world. Well, ladies and gentlemen, natural product may lead to basic research on potential bioactive component for commercial development as lead compounds in drug discovery. Although natural products have inspired numerous drugs, drug development from natural sources has received declining attention in the 21st century by pharmaceutical companies, partly due to unreliable access and supply, intellectual property costs and profit concern, seasonal or environmental variability of composition, and loss of sources due to rising extinction rates. Hopefully, by this conference, the research about natural product will be developed to progress our understanding in natural product, especially in University of Malahayati. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that when there is a meeting, then there will be goodbye. I am certain that you are all looking forward to getting back to your respective place. So I thank you once again for your participation and wish you all stay healthy. I hope that you enjoy our conference using Zoom meeting online. I do also hope that we can meet again in the third International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science in 2023. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly. I would like also to apologize for many inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. Stay healthy and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Now, we will leave you with a quote by Everett Hill. He said that, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is a success." See you on the 3rd International Conference on Public Health and Medical Science ICOPHMED 2023 next year. Thank you, stay healthy, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pesertanya? Okay. Okay. Ready? Okay. Thank you very much for all committee, for all participants, for all keynote speaker. Thank you so much, and see you in the 3rd of International Conference in Malahayati University. Stay healthy, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you next year.